Hey Siri, stop. Yes, 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 sire. Black, black, black roses in my garden. You know I can't sing, but it's okay. We are here tonight. Today is Friday night, and you know Friday night is usually our best nights. You know that. Thank you so much for everybody coming through. We appreciate you. We at 30, and we start the show at 30. When you see Maricela the modest, because she's modest, but she also is a goddess that's a moderator. So I want to say thank you so much. When you see the trumpets, then you know we are coming in the room. Sound the trumpets, the kings are here. Um, Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You know, we always waiting for Darrell to come in because sometimes he comes late, sometimes he doesn't come at all. But he's always well appreciated. Busy man of many jobs and many things to do in his community. I just want to say thank you for real. I believe, this is the second week we've been on YouTube, and we have made tremendous strides. I don't know how we did it. No, actually, I do. We did it with the help of you, and we were able to get over 550 subscribers in 2 weeks, 7,000 watch hours, close to 170,000 impressions, sponsorships, and we just happy to be here. And we're here for the long haul. We're here to be bigger than Joe Rogan. He's the biggest. No, we the biggest. We the biggest. Shout out to Joe Rogan. We like we like what he has done, and hopefully we will be on his level sooner or later. I would definitely try to get to that level, and I will get to that level sooner than you think. Shout out to our sponsors before we begin today. There's going to be a lot of heated discussion, so we want to get all the stuff out the way. Now let's talk about the sponsorship. Please turn the likes up. Please turn the followers up. One thing about you people, y'all know how to make things happen. We need 30 likes to start, and you always give us our 30 likes, so I appreciate that. So we want to start off with our sponsors first. First and foremost, let me promote my book. My book is Love and Life Through the Eyes of Travel. For those who didn't get this book yet, please get it. It's on Amazon, Kindle, Apple iBooks, BookBaby, and any platform that sells amazing books. This book is the Bible of romance. Also, it is the Rosetta Stone of relationships. Please get that right. Anybody in the background, please press mute because noise in the background. Next up, can you please promote your book, Will?
Salute, y'all. Peace to all the flowers. Peace to all the rocks in the room. Just want to say, go out Amazon.
I like
support that. You know, Love, written by Willie Dean, available on Amazon for everybody. Special shout out to Terry. She supported, amongst other. I believe Linsky said he was going to support. Peace, Hanifa. Also want to say, you know, I enjoy the conversation, even though I'm not one of the four horsemen. You know, it's always a pleasure to be on this platform with the four horsemen because they're definitely some good dudes and trying to do everything they can to bring that knowledge to everybody. And like King said, we couldn't do it without y'all. We couldn't do it without y'all. So appreciate the support. To all the rocks and the flowers in the room.
Thank you so much. I hope that you one day have a YouTube show explaining the deep self-esteem lessons as well as parental lessons that you get from your book, because it's rudimentary, but it's deeper than really people. It appears to be rudimentary, but it's deeper than people will actually see. So it's an Easter egg type thing, many levels to it.
Right. There's a lot of hidden jewels in there. You know, like I said, even though it's written for the elementary reader, it's for the parents too. So, you know, anybody who does support it and ends up purchasing it and would like to have a conversation about that, you know, feel free to connect with me. I put my number on there yesterday. A lot of people's like, yo, don't do that, Will. Like, you don't know there's a lot of crazy people out here, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. All right. So shout out to Will. Let me give to other sponsor. We have Ripple. Ripple, thank you so much for sponsoring us and believing us from the early onset. Ripple probably made the smartest decision ever to get with our channel early, because when we start getting those prices, we definitely going to give them a discount because they earned it. They believed in us before people believed in us. So we want to say thank you to Ripple. Ripple, you can check out the website, and shout out to Will for purchasing. Check out the website. The discount, the Ripple King actually works. So I want y'all to get 15% for those who are interested in that. Shout out to Maricela for making this commercial that I'm going to play right now because we have to play. We have to play this. Please support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting us, and we are going to continue to support and provide as many promotional shout outs to Ripple because they believed in us before anybody else did. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. With that being said, I want to say you are amazing. You are seriously amazing, and I appreciate you. We're gonna have a great show today because I've seen some people that's here that we might have a little issue with, but you know it's okay. We'll get to you. But let's finish the dialogue, the fruitful dialogue before we get to B9 Nizzle, right? Whoever that is. First thing is first. I wish Dad was here. I don't know about y'all. This is why I think I'm the Matrix, right? I'm Neo in the Matrix. I'm going to show you why I am Neo in the Matrix. When me and Chef started talking about how we wanted to shift the paradigm of YouTube, particularly the Black influencers and content creators, it was deeper than me saying I'm the content. I'm not a content creator. I wasn't trying to be boastful. I didn't get what happened. 2 days ago, I met a person that was in the movie, The Matrix. And I was like, hold up. Is that a sign? Is that a sign? Because I didn't realize until my boy told me, yo, did you know he was one of the members of the Matrix? I'm gonna play it for you right now because I love y'all. Right here. This is my mentor. This everybody's angel. I appreciate you. Dr. Cornel West, you are appreciated. Thank you, brother.
I'm saluting you.
Thank you.
Younger generation gonna take it higher, but don't forget about Curtis Mayfield and Aretha.
All right. With that being said, nothing happens by coincidence. Nothing. Everything is destined to happen when it's destined to happen, and you have to meet God halfway. Faith without works is dead, and we put in the work. When I say I'm Neo from the Matrix, I really mean it. Meaning that I'm going to change this game. For me to meet Cornel West and for me to give him the blessing, that tells you something. Cornel West was in the Matrix, part 2, I believe. He was in the Matrix. So it's no coincidence. But another thing, I believe whatever we talk about in this show, for some reason, God or the universe hears it. So here's another proof that we are definitely changing the Matrix. I'm going to give you another proof. Check it out. Let me see. Do I have it here? Do I have it? Oh, no. I don't want that one. I don't want that one. I want this one. This is the proof I want to show you. Where is it at? Is this it? Yes, this is it. Yesterday, if you remember, Darrell talked about the Asian bill that was passed and why Black people don't do what they need to do to make things happen. And guess what? Magically, today in New York City, magically, booyah. I hope y'all can read it on your screen. Can you read it for us? Chef? You mute. You can take it on mute now. You're mute.
I got you. New York City Board of Health declared racism a public health crisis. The resolution directs the board to root out systemic racism in policies, plans, and budgets to address the toll of COVID and other health issues in non-white populations.
What does that say? We out here on our side of the fence, and we're talking about things that are coming to fruition. And I'm not saying we made it happen. We didn't conjure it up. but there's more critical thinkers and forward thinkers just like us. And the more we discuss real issues and real policies, that's how you make the changes. This is how you make the changes. We're not going to keep on talking about the Kevin Samuel issues. I don't care if you want to get married by 25. I want to change the world by 45. It's a difference. It's a difference between us. It will always be a difference between us. We stand for something. Please, for all my New Yorkers, clap your hands, because at the end of the day, we're making some real changes in policy. Thank you so much. So now we get to the nitty-gritty, and we talk about the topics that y'all want to really hear about. And I hope everyone is ready. Please, Maricela, would you do me a favor? And I'm going to put up the link for everybody to join in. And what I want to do is put the warning up and let everybody know where we stand.
Please join in.
Please join in. Please join in. This is for the ladies.
No, there's a special somebody. There's a special somebody in the crowd. I want you to please join in.
Oh, you talking about B9? Nah, he could join it. He could always join it. We don't censor here. We don't censor. You could come in, but you got to come in peace, because we don't want to kick you out, and I'm never going to kick you out. That's why we're going to make you sure you wait to the end to come in and speak your piece. That's what we're going to make sure, because I would never kick you out, brother. Mr. Bass, shout out to my brother. Let's put him on. Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, family? What's going on, y'all? What's going on?
I'm good.
Peace,
Shout
peace,
out.
peace.
My guy.
Everybody know Mr. Hall of Fame.
Yeah. My name is whole thing, the best in the world, all that. What's going on, y'all?
Listen, let me tell you something. This man is a genius, and I can't wait till we all partner up and do amazing things. Right now, we are just getting our stuff together. We just started getting our stuff together, and we just hope that everybody starts looking at our movement. Our movement is not a movement based off hate and resentment. It's more so based off of a new paradigm shift. Because guess what? You come over here, you can have my 500 subs. I'm not selfish. I want everybody to eat. I'm not trying to trick you. I don't want to trick you. I don't want to have all the money to myself. I want everybody to participate. And that's why we're successful. Who do you know that just came in the game with a freaking cheap ass webcam? You know, I like it. They got 550 subscribers in 14 days. Wow. Because I am a person that gives myself. I am not the content creator. You're absolutely right. I am the content. And I don't want you to get jealous. I want you to join in. I want you to join in with me. Everybody on my panel right now are content. That means we don't run out of ideas. We don't borrow ideas. We continue to give you what you need. Shout out to Maricela. Let me get the warning first, because it's going to get really heated. And for those who enter the room, do me a favor. We are going to stick to the topic at hand, because we want to get this through. And then if we have anything else we could talk about, we could have that smoke. All jokes aside, this following content may be identified as offensive and or a sensitive topic to some audiences. No bullying will be tolerated. As always, please seek help from a health professional. Thank you so much. Rico, we see you backstage. You know we're going to have you up here, brother. We know you're going to have up here. Shout out to my boy. Bring him on stage.
What up?
Three. What's going on?
Hello to the kings out here. What's up, King? What's up, E Black, my guy? What's up, Mr. Shelf?
Check this out.
How you doing?
My guy,
check this out. I was trying to find out his Oakland Bay Area his car. So I played Tell Me Where to Go, and he knew all the words. So I was surprised. E Black knew all the words.
Come
on, man.
Bay Area.
He actually asked me who Kick the Sneak was. I was like, what?
I said, you don't know who Kick the
The audacity.
Keep the Sneak is Oakland's finest,
like
man.
asking
Yeah, no, I said
Jesus
he don't know who he was. I said he didn't know who he was.
We know who Angel Man is. We know who he
Yeah, but we gotta get shout out. I remember Jay-Z said one time that Bay Area is close to it moved the way Brooklyn moves. And of one song, he said Oakland moved the way Brooklyn moves.
Yo, I spent a month in Oakland.
Right.
Out of all, and Oakland is about 6 to 7 hours away from LA.
Right.
Out of all of the places that I've stayed in California,
right,
Oakland, even down to the permits that allow for building, they actually allow to build higher than some of the spots in Southern California.
Okay.
It looks like Brooklyn, bro.
Okay.
Oakland. It looks like Brooklyn. I thought I just
turn the lights up, turn the lights up, turn the lights up, turn the lights up.
Yeah,
listen, people.
Okay. It looks like Brooklyn.
We got an echo.
Turn the lights up, turn the lights up.
We got an echo, we got an echo, we got an echo, we got an echo.
I want to mute myself just in case.
We got an echo.
M3, why you look like you broadcasting from a luxury yacht, my dude?
It's all about style and presentation. I try to give you guys my best, man.
Hey, like, it looks like you in the luxury library in the west wing of your mansion.
Listen here. Hold on 1 second before we start the show, because we have some important subject matter today. Some spicy ones, some dope ones, whatever. I just told you about what happened recently in New York in regards to them making racism a health crisis with policy. So I just dropped that down. So we just threw that in there because I just heard that last minute. Maricela, she always keeps us in tune. She's more in tune than I am. With that being said, I want to just talk about a few things. Also, today, I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to do this because that's what we do here. Get the likes up first and foremost. 66 people in the room, and we only have 52 likes. That's ridiculous. It was 15 minutes in. We started 5 minutes ago. Get the likes up because we're going to have the Coliseum today, because apparently the gentleman B9 is here. And B9 is here. I think he might have smoke for E Black. So B9, I can't hear you right now, but do you have smoke for so we can have a smoke for E Black, or is it cool? It's safe. No, okay, no smoke. Okay, so it's no smoke. I thought I was reading what Daryl said. I'm sorry, they don't got no smoke. I apologize. So with that being said, he's down on the lobby. I don't know why he came today. I don't know who invited him, but anybody's welcome to our stage. But before we have him up, we want to discuss our topics. It's very important that we get through this, and then we could have fun, and then we could whatever happens, but we're going to always make sure there's respect in the room, and no one gets kicked out. Everybody has their voices heard, and everybody has their narrative spoken for. So let me just get to the first subject matter. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, let me talk about the first subject. And the first subject is, I want your honest opinion. Tell me what y'all think about this first subject. Hold on. We're going to talk about ladies losing themselves in motherhood.
Ladies losing themselves in motherhood. Okay.
Ladies losing themselves in motherhood, and how can men help? Okay, like I said, we're different over here. The conversation's a little bit different over here. Ladies, we need you to come on stage and help us out, because what happens is I don't want to talk about women issues while women representing women. So please come on stage. Ladies losing themselves during motherhood. Remember, we were talking about complacency. Not only I'm going to ask you, how do you lose yourself, but how do we as men help you not to lose yourself? So I'm going to put up some statistics first, because I was back in the days I was a teacher. I stopped teaching because the girls that I liked didn't like teaching salaries, so I had to stop. You feel me? So we're going to let's talk about this. Let me put one up. Mothers. Tell me if I can read it.
Okay, mothers, interruptions.
Tell me if I can read it. Before we have a real discussion, we are all intellects here. All intellects. Please read.
All right, mothers more than fathers experience career interruptions. Percentage of fathers/mothers saying they have done each of the following in order to care for a child or family member. It breaks it down by mothers and fathers. Fathers being in dark green says that fathers have 28% of them have reduced hours compared to 42% of mothers who have reduced hours. Says fathers have taken 24% time off compared to 39% taking a significant amount of time off. It says 10% of fathers have quit their job compared to 27% of mothers quitting jobs. It says also that 10% of fathers have turned down a promotion compared to 13% of mothers turning down a promotion.
Okay.
Wow.
One more stat. Please remember the stats. Hey, Kofi, we didn't get there yet. We're gonna get to that topic second one. What are you talking about? Please put the question up, Maricela. We have a different topic right now, so give us some time, please, brother. We're gonna get to that, and we want you on stage when we talk about that, Kofi. Thank you. Hold on. Next one. Hold on. So y'all got those stats. I want to make sure before we move forward.
Yeah, mothers are paid only 71% for every dollar paid to fathers, which translates to a loss of $16,000 a year.
Right. Next one. Women with and without children gain 1.94 pounds a year due to age, but that's where the women diverge. Once their children became toddlers, the mothers gain a 4 pound more annually than their childless peers. Too little sleep in the first 6 months after birth can add 3 to 7 years to a woman's biological age. UCLA scientists report mothers may experience depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, or post-traumatic stress disorder. Wow. Wow. Ladies, don't have us up here talking about y'all. Please help us out. Now, fellas, in the room, ladies lose themselves in motherhood, and how can men help? These were facts. These were stats. So we're going to start from the bottom, work our way up, and then we're going to add more people in to the conversation. Right. So Rico, don't think I'm not bringing you up. I'm bringing you up. I just want to get the likes up. We only got 59 likes and 70 people. We need likes. The more people we bring, the more likes we bring, we can bring B9 and Rico up. If we don't get those likes, we can't bring them up. We need that. We need the expertise. So get the likes up. So fellas, who would like to start first? I think Mr. Hall of Fame should start first, and we work our way up, and then we go to M3, Will, E Black, and then myself.
Most definitely.
We need some flowers.
We need some flowers to come in here. Most definitely need to come through.
So what do you think from what you heard and the stats that you heard? Do you think a man is? Oh, Terry, get up here, please. Terry, get up here. We need you. We need you for everything right now. Terry, get up here. Do you think a man has the ability to help a woman avoid such things?
Most definitely, because I think that it just proves that women are not supposed to lead the household. It's supposed to be the man. The man should supposed to lead the household. Bottom line. And I know some females would get pushback on it.
Come up, Sheree. Please come up, Sheree.
Yeah, Sheree. Shout out to Sheree B. Chicago. Shout out to her.
Shout out to her. So why? How did you get that from those stats?
I got it from those stats and just also from my upbringing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And as you see, like when the women have to face more things when they leave the household, it's problematic.
Right.
From the stats and also just from my experience. You know, one set of my grandparents, I'm not going to say who, but one set of my grandparents, once my grandfather passed away, and one set of my grandparents, everything fell apart. Everything fell apart. Other family members weren't taken care of. You know what I'm saying? The bills were still taken care of because she kind of knew how to do that.
Right.
You know what I mean? But everything else just fell apart. And the family has not been the same since. You know? And yes, she she's the main person in charge of family business because she's 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 the elder. But it's never like when my grandfather was running it. When my grandfather was running it, everything was smooth. His siblings was taken care of. My grandmother's siblings was taken care of. We was, me as a grandchild was taken care of. His kids was taken care of. His siblings' kids was taken. Like he was taking care of everything. You know what I'm saying? And it was organized. But now, with my grandmother running things, there's no organization, and it shows. It shows. You know what I mean? Things are all out of whack. People ain't speaking to each other. People feel away. People are in their feelings. When my grandfather was around, nobody was in their feelings because everybody was good. Because he knew how to organize things because he was a man. And that's what we do.
Oh, hold on. I got to bring JP up. I need more likes, but I'm bringing her up because this is a topic for the flowers. So we want to make sure the flowers have a representative. But we're going to go in the same order. Thank you.
Definitely. And that's what I got to say about that. I just, like I said, I lived it. You know what I mean? Hey, sister, what's going on? Good to see you.
Good evening.
Peace and blessings, gentlemen. How's your spirit?
Right.
Peace and blessings. Great. Phenomenal.
Thank you. You all go ahead. I'll get in shortly.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm done. I'm passing the rock. M3.
Okay. M3. What do you feel about the stats? And how it can help about women losing themselves during motherhood?
All right. So I'm going to just say this, right? Based off the stats, right? This is where like the man has to play his role to contribute, right, for the woman's life. Because if he's not in the presence to kind of help control these things, this is where like those stats appear. I kind of feel like, and like I said, I could be wrong, but I think those stats was based off of single mothers,
Okay.
Like, I couldn't see all like the little tiny words like on the screen, but if a man was in a household and people start living on traditional relationships,
right,
then that's when you have like these type of orders. You don't have to have, you want to really have like those high stats where women will be in those situations where they have to quit their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the fathers will already take the role in that place to help provide.
Right.
I'm not saying that all women should be in the house and just be stay-at-home mothers,
right,
but you need that second partner in the household,
right,
to help keep that balance and order into it, for the kids. Because if you're doing it by yourself, it's going to be hard for you.
So how does what you and Mr. Hall of Fame relate to women gaining weight or women not feeling the best they can feel, postpartum depression? How does that relate to a man being the head of the household? Because I figure if the man's the head of the household and he's working, he's doing everything, then the woman should have time, right? Or no? I don't know. I'm not married. I don't have kids. So let me know.
Yeah, and I don't have kids myself, but I know people who do have kids.
Right.
Honestly, it could go two ways. Either you really legitimately don't have the time, right, to do the things that you want to do, because from a lot of people that was telling me, right, I'm just going word by word, right, that when you have kids, it takes up a lot of time of your life. You don't have the luxuries and the freedoms like single people have, or just married people without the kids.
Right.
But at the same time, I still don't place it as an excuse to why like you have a poor healthy diet. You know what I mean? Because most people, right, and people don't want to say this.
Turn the lights up. Turn the lights up.
Oh yeah, definitely get the lights up. And then shouts to Sheree B. Chicago, because she's in the building as well too.
It's all family. Sheree's family.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
But the thing is, right, you have time for something. You could make a little time to exercise. If you're a stay-at-home mom and you have your child with you, there's you don't even need to go to the gym. You could do like your workouts at home. You could do your crunches. You could have a set diet plan, so that way you could try to control the weight or make sure you don't gain extra weight. But people do get complacent once they have their families established. If that makes sense.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, Chef, any comment?
Yes, Alpha as well.
On this one right here, nah, I'm gonna leave this one alone.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave this one alone.
Somebody pleading the fifth.
Hey, how? Why you live? Do you have children, Chef, or do you have children you've been involved in their lives?
Yes, I do have
Then
children.
you have more input than the last two people who spoke. Go ahead and say what you got to say, fellas.
Oh, the smoke start early. What's up? Start early. What's up, Chef? You don't got anything to say? We'll pass it to Will.
I'll say this. I'll say this, and I'm gonna take it back to the initial screenshots you put up there. Right? I just ain't want to piss people off this early, you know. I want them to save their smoke for others and not for myself. Mothers are paid. Maybe I'm too literal, right?
That's a smart man. He said, "Keep quiet." That's what he said. Keisha's funny.
My point is that's gonna be my new talking point. Maybe I'm being too literal, but mothers are paid only 71 cents for every dollar to fathers, right?
Right.
So all we're doing is specifying results. We're not specifying the how. We're not specifying the why. Okay? The how. How is that possible? 71 cents. Well, one of the things that you could speak to is the fact that, hold on 1 second.
Okay. Let's go to Will. Let's go to Will right now. Let's give me a opinion.
Yeah, I'm here. So pretty much one of the things that takes place is the fact that pregnancy, maternity takes women out of the game. Paternity takes women out of the game for a prolonged period of time. Until recently, men did not have the baby bonding 1 year that folks normally get. So that's an automatic. In situations where finance and issues of finance take place within a relationship, and finance and childcare comes into play, who is going to be the one that normally stays home with the child? It's going to be the woman, naturally, because they provide the culture. So in those situations, that happens. What's the other piece? Now I'm going to get on my Jordan Peterson shit, right? Y'all wanted to stop me, that blame it on JP, okay? Men statistically take the majority of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Navy SEAL, Delta Force, the guys that clean the skyscrapers and shit, okay? Oil rig jobs, all of the jobs that have the highest degree or highest rates of mortality. The highest rates of mortality are men that are in those jobs. You go in the military, all of that. So what I'm saying is that people usually say there's a gender wage gap, but what's happening is they are not paying close attention to the specific variables that lead to that. Here's another thing, agreeableness. Chef don't make shit up. Google it. Women, men, agreeableness. There's a thing called agreeableness that women tend to exhibit, right? That women tend to exhibit. That is part of the tacit, part of what we call femininity. A woman being agreeable. If a woman is not agreeable, people put masculine energy on her. A woman's femininity makes them more agreeable. That's why within job situations, men tend to exhibit more disagreeableness, which will create more of a challenge, which will create a situation where they can get a promotion. They can get a promotion. They can ask for that raise. When the nature of a woman is to perform, to serve, to be a helpmeet, not just to their husband, but if they're not married, even to their boss. And in the end, to expect some reciprocal love. And what happens is it doesn't normally happen like that, because the men who are in charge, they won't open up that wallet until they're challenged by another man. So agreeableness. So those are all of the variables that I believe play into that gender wage pay gap. The things, the jobs that the sisters, I'm talking about global, not even, color, race, whatever, sisters, humanity, the flowers of the world. It's no way, there is no way for it to be exact. There's no way for it to be balanced or equal, because the jobs that make the highest degree of money, also many of them incur the highest degree of difficulty. And the agreeableness aspect of a feminine woman has an impact on that as well. So we're just looking at the score, but we're not looking at the actual what happened in the game. Did the refs cheat? Did the star point guard of the other team break his ankle? We're just looking at the score at the end without taking in all of the variables. Yeah, you did this to me, JP.
Turn the lights up. Turn the lights up. We on 79. Turn the lights up. We got an early start today. Today's gonna be a killer day. Will, how do you feel? With that bars? Will, how do you feel?
Peace, everybody. All right, so you know, as I was listening, I just had to jot a couple things down just so I didn't forget. But
Yes.
you know, the stats don't lie, but they don't always tell the whole story. So I don't always get caught up with the numbers sometimes, because like we don't really know the situation. We don't know what kind of men these women are dealing with. We don't know if the woman has a man. But in any case, that's all I had to say about the stats. But isn't it a fact that does everybody agree that in most cases women make less than men, even if they're more qualified?
I would say yes.
Okay, so that's one thing. So
that plays back into it, yes, because there's
there's
no way. Yeah, go ahead.
It's possible.
Right, and then so men in most cases are usually looked at as the person who has the responsibility of providing the majority of the time.
Yes.
Because I mean we don't carry. So you know, when the woman is pregnant, what do? We have to go out and provide. All right. So now I also believe these are just my views, that in the earlier stages of development, it's more important for the woman to have that bonding time, especially if they're breastfeeding, which I would encourage every mother to do, because that's probably the best form of nourishment for that child at birth.
Absolutely.
Is the direct feeding from the mother that they were being developed in.
Right.
So after that, I truly believe that during pregnancy and after pregnancy are the biggest emotional, physical, and mental challenges that a woman will ever experience. And you may even want to throw pain in there. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, from my understanding, you know, that's one of the most painful things that somebody could go through.
Unbearable.
I mean, that's debatable, I guess. But I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not a woman, but I'm just sharing with everyone my views and my take on it. And then, so with that being said, I believe that women are making the greatest sacrifice in this situation. They're making the greatest sacrifice. So knowing all of this, all of these things can be prevented with the support of a real man, right? And how can a real man do that? So like during the pregnancy, you can support her the whole time. Give her compliments.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
We get solutions now. I want a solution.
Right.
How can we support you so you don't lose yourself during motherhood? Thank you. Give me some solutions.
Right. Solutions. Give her compliments. You know what I'm saying? Because her body is changing. She's becoming more emotional. She's gaining weight. These are all natural things, but as a woman gains weight, the majority of women feel that they're less beautiful because they're not what they're used to. They're not what they're used to looking at in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? So the man has to continue to support them and give them the same or maybe even more support and compliments while they're pregnant than he did when she wasn't pregnant. because a lot of women that, you know, before pregnancy, you know, she may have had confidence, but once she start gaining weight and she can't fit her outfits, you know what I'm saying? Them outfits that she used to step out in, when she's not fitting those, she's starting to feel some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? She's starting to, her confidence is slowly going down, but it's up to the men to build her back up. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, those are the solutions. And then even after pregnancy, the woman's body has changed even more. So she went from being her natural size to carrying extra weight. And then now those fruits and vegetables, they may have some stretch marks on it. You know what I'm saying? Because they grew and then they got a little bit deflated, but it's like, yo, the man got to support all through those stages. Those are like 3, you know, difficult stages that the woman is going to go through. And I think the majority of what the woman is experiencing as far as like depression and stuff, that's a result of a man not supporting, not complimenting her, you know, not giving her positive encouragement. Oh, it's all right, babe. You know, you gained a little pounds, but you still sexy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you don't have to worry about me going anywhere. I'm here.
Hold on one second. I appreciate those comments. Mayat, we can't let you in because we have a full house. 10 people are trying to get into the lobby. So one person has to, we only allowed to have 10 people in the lobby, and plus on stage. So if one of the gentlemen want to leave the studio, I'm going to bring Queen up and Mayat up. Is that okay? And Rico and the rest up. So someone has to leave. But until someone leaves, then I can bring you up, Mayat. Okay? I like this. 7 Core, I like this. Support stats with education starts with education. Men must become a student not only of their woman, but of women scientifically as well. Buy a book, subscribe to a women's health podcast, show interest in her doctor appointments. This is how we help women. This is how we help women when they're losing themselves through motherhood. E, your turn, brother.
You know, when I looked at the stats, it kind of showed what essentially reflects in the world that men in large number feel that money is the most important things to a child's development. So they're willing to work the longer hours. They're willing to do the harder jobs. They're also not willing to sacrifice on work. We feel that the more money we have, the more the development of a child can be better, the better schooling, better health coverage, better everything. While the women feel as if the personal comfort and the in-person comfort that they have can be better. So I totally understand why more or less women or mothers sacrifice more in terms of the workforce for their children because they believe the value in having a child is related to having a greater, closer relationship, while the men feel that as long as they're able to eat, as long as they're able to have clothing, everything else will work out. I think that's what the statistics stated in the beginning. In terms of how women gain weight through pregnancy, I mean, it's a scientific fact. You know, their body is going through a metamorphic change. Their literal hips are spreading. They are gaining more body fat. They are gaining more tissue in the breast area for milk and things. So these are things that are naturally occurring in a woman's body. Post marriage or post pregnancy, that's when we get into the healing factor.
Queen left. Queen left. Can Queen come back? She left.
Okay. So that once a woman
she'll be on next stream. She'll be on next stream.
Next week?
No, she'll be on a different stream.
She's gonna be on a different. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. She's busy.
Right. But one of y'all have to go down if you want me to bring King help, because I'm allowed to have 10 people. So I don't know. Whoever.
I mean, I'll sign out. I'll sign out so we get the perspective.
Okay, you want to? You sure?
Yeah. It's all good.
All right, cool. So hopefully Queen comes in. All right,
So,
perfect.
in terms of like the postpartum depression and stuff, I think it's on the role of the man to essentially say, you know what, I need to create. Like I said before, you have to create the environment for him. Give the woman a timeout. When my wife got pregnant, I gave her Saturdays when I was off of work. I said, hey, 2 hours, take the keys, go do whatever you want. Here's more than enough money to get your hair done, get your nails done, do the things that you want to do. You may want to just sit in the car and read a book for a couple of hours. These things are mentally decompressing your system because essentially women do have a lot to deal with the child and a lot of stress with a child having to wake up all times in the morning. Not only that, if you're breastfeeding, women who breastfeed have a lot of danger because a lot of times breastfeeding is not necessarily feeding, it's comfort eating or comforting. And I'm telling you, every hour on the hour, my wife had my little daughter on the breast. It was tough for her. I could see the mental strain that it was doing to her. And sometimes she would just hand it to me, and then walk upstairs. I understood. But what I also did was I looked at myself and wondered what type of environment am I creating. So what I ended up doing, instead of giving not necessarily the gym membership, I also bought her elliptical. I said, hey, you know what? If you just want to work out and play some music and have her watch you do that, that's what you're supposed to do. I also invested in her with that waist trainer. Got a nice little waist trainer. Got that waist looking right because that's what I want. I want that snapback. I don't care what y'all talking about. I'm investing. I have no problem investing in my spouse and getting her to the shape that she wants to be and in the shape that I need her to be. I like my woman with her nails done. I invested in that. So do not be just a player on the sideline. Get in the game. If you want your woman to
Turn the lights
be
up. Turn the lights up.
if you want your woman to be the way that you want her to be, you need to get in the game and invest, talk, have conversations. These are things that you're gonna have to do as a man. You're gonna have to put those old ways that you had before when you didn't have children away, and now sacrifice for the child, and also for your spouse. Hopefully, she's your wife.
Perfect. Ladies, and then Rico, and then because Benon just texted me, he said that E Black invited him. I didn't know. So let's put him up. He just put that in private room. All right, let's go.
Sorry about that, y'all. I was trying to get it out on Facebook. Okay, so y'all said a whole lot, and the sister ain't got much time. So let's start with the first part, the weight issue, because that's what I'm going to be talking about later on. So excuse me for a second while my neighbors walk by talking.
Tell them walk faster.
Hey, you know how them essays do. Okay.
You already know.
Okay, so listen. You talk about weight. There was a young gentleman on another stream earlier today, and he said he don't want his woman belly first. Our women carry their weight belly first because they're carrying their stress. All that upfront weight is stress weight. Why are they stressed out? Because they're doing jobs and things that they ain't got no DAMN business doing, period. I'll give you a story and then we'll move on. I was a culinarian for quite some time. Technically, I'm still a chef, right? I worked as a food service manager in a dining facility, and my office was about the size of a closet with a door on either side. I had two men about the size of chef standing on both doors facing me with no way out, saying to me that they felt disrespected on the line loudly with their chest puffed out and all that jazz. What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to swing on them? Was I supposed to pop fly at the mouth? I represented myself, the company, everything that I stood for, right? Couldn't do none of those things. So I got to eat all them words, suck that up inside of me and take it. All right, gentlemen, I'll work on it. Then I realized, girl, you still a black woman and you need to make sure that you're safe out here in these streets. I took off my chef's coat. I went out of my office, closed both doors. I asked both gentlemen, please take your jackets off and meet me across the street. We are officially in public now. If you bring your narrow ass to me again, talking crazy like that, I will bring out all of my Tennessee alley cat and whip you up. Da, da, da. Now I got to threaten these men because I have no other way to defend myself than my mouth. Where if I hadn't been in that situation, having to provide for me and my kids, having to put everything on the line so that they could have all the time, that is what a man is supposed to do. That's why they have broad shoulders and we have broad hips. So our women are fat because they carry all that stress and weight up front, and then they use it like armor against men. Now, you all were talking about not having time. Well, when it comes to making a family, that's how you make time. Your personal time becomes family time. You take care of your health. You take care of your child's health. You cook, you teach them how to cook. You eat right, you teach them how to eat right. I have children. They're grown men now. They still know what a portion size of any snack item looks like, because every time we went to the grocery store, that is what they had to do. They had to take those bags and measure them out. Now you have bags in the drawer to know what it looks like. You may not always eat the way that you're supposed to, but you know how to. When you get married, your wife can be told how to if she doesn't know. You teach your children. You spend your time with them, giving them quality, and that's how you move this world forward. Someone mentioned complacency. You can't get complacent because complacency is the death of your spirit.
Woo.
At the end of the day, talking all that nonsense about, oh, well, we work hard so we can retire. No. We work hard so we can meet the demands of a capitalist society. Full stop. Now, you want to do the right thing. Someone said, Georgie said something about giving stay-at-home parents money. No, because then we'll go back to the stupid welfare system where parents were having babies in order to be able to make money. Let's start with permanent housing for everybody. Then it's one thing you ain't got to worry about, period. Permanent housing. You want to think about it? Look at Finland. They've done a successful job at it.
Right.
So there are ways to get these things done. But at the end of the day, she said, what, my personal time? Oh, sorry. Listen, when I say your personal time, I mean some of it has got to be taken from you and given to them. But in that comes growth for all of you. You don't know it until you're in it. I was able to be a part of my children's basketball teams. I was able to teach my children the foundational things that I understood about being a Black person because I was there. I spent my time on those things. I poured into them what schools were never going to give them. So we have to make sacrifices and choices because we chose to bring these spirits into the world. They didn't ask us.
Right.
That's it. I won't keep going. But by the way, Will, I love you to death, baby. I'm gonna call you Blue Pill Will because you got all the feels.
True pill, true pill, true pill will, true pill, true pill will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got a little more feels than okay.
Wait, do me a favor, JP. I know you can't be here long. Can you give a shout out to your show? So anybody that wants to go, please.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Pull it up, please. Pull it up, please. Thank you.
My broadcast is at 6:20 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That's 9:20 on the East Coast. Tonight, I'll be doing Pillow Talk, which is talking about big girls needing love too, specifically how you can get love while you're in the midst of this transition, because we all got some things to work on. And in case I don't know, I used to be 330 pounds at one point in my life. I had gastric bypass surgery 15 years ago. I've been successful in keeping it off all that time because I had discipline and I did the work. So I'm willing to talk to anybody who's willing to come up. You don't have to cam up, but I certainly appreciate it. Thank you all very much. Keep your spirit up.
Thank you
my
so much.
Girl.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'm gonna have to join that, bro.
True pill will. I like that.
JP.
Thank you.
Thank you, JP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Mayette. Let's go.
Hey.
Give us the truth, Mayette.
Okay, so
We'll come back.
all right, so when it comes in, just like, well, I'll kind of piggyback off of JP because just like after I had my first child, I kind of went on a spiral up. So when I actually got married, I was close to 200 pounds, and then I said something in the chat yesterday about that marriage 15, like freshman 15 when you go to college. So that marriage 15, you gain weight because my aunt said because I was happy, but it wasn't happy. It wasn't that it wasn't happiness. It was more of a lot of emotions. I was still dealing with a lot of things that I needed to heal from. And so one thing that my husband did, my husband never, I mean, he married me when I was, at my biggest. And so one thing and he was an athlete, like he has a very athletic body. So The thing is one thing he never told me. He never said to me, "You need to work out. You need to lose weight." What I did see was him going to the track. What I did see was him working out. And so, most women don't want to be bigger than, well, I didn't. Me personally, did not want to be bigger than my husband. So, I started working out, and so then we started working out together. And so, the thing is, with women, our weight is gonna fluctuate because we are dealing with a lot of stressors. I think a lot of men, um, they say, well, if I'm out making the money and all I want you to do is kind of be on, beck and call for me. But when you are dealing with kids, and then if you add work in there and you add some of us going to school, because when I got married, I was in college, and I had two, well, I had one of my daughters um when I was in college, and then I got pregnant again with my second daughter my senior year. So it was like
Turn the lights up.
stressful. And then there was some
Turn the
people,
lights up.
I had classes, and they were like, well, how are you doing all of this? And the thing is, it's just like, we always ask women, how are you doing all of this? But we don't ask, like, what are you doing to maintain this? What are you doing to help yourself? And so down the line, years down the line, then we are extremely, stressed out, and we are having issues with the way that we're eating, not exercising. And I mean, and let's even be honest, usually if you are
Turn
with,
the lights up.
if there's two people who are not in the best shape, both people are not going to be. So one needs to take the lead on that and say, hey, let's go work out together. Let's eat right. Even though my husband, he could eat anything that he wanted to eat, his health was still important to me. So I said, okay, we're going to change our eating habits. Yeah, you can eat whatever you want, but 20, 30 years down the line, that's going to be different. You not may not be able to eat like that. And then there's some things that run in our families. So do women lose themselves in being mothers? I would say that we do lose ourselves, but it's one of those things that when you have a child, when you become a mother, it's something that's greater than you. I know there's people who believe different things, but they say that the first um, God that a child sees is their mother. And so you can, even if you are, you don't think on that level, you can still look at it as they don't know anything. It's this baby placed in your arms, and all they know is that in essence you
Turn the lights
are
up.
the greatest being to them. You are their, in a sense, you are their God. And so it is incumbent on us that we are able to teach them everything that they need. I mean, we are the, just like Chef says, we are the first step to culture. For we're teaching them the culture. And, sometimes I can be hard on women because we're the ones that are teaching them what and what's going to happen for the next generation. I do believe that the generation that preceded us is where what's happened to us now and moving forward. So we as women have to take accountability and say, okay, well, what are we teaching our children, and how do we continue to raise children that value themselves, that value um, being mothers. I mean, there's a lot of women now who are talking about how being mothers is kind of the worst thing that happened to them. So I can say that I did have lots of different ambitions. When you're young and you're 17, 18, 19 years old, you do dream of certain things, but when you become a mother, that child becomes uh m- important. They become something that your life changes, your life goals change. So, as women, what we can do, what men can do for us is one thing that I told my husband. I was like, be present. Like when you walk in the door, I've been working from home for 5 years,
Turn the lights up.
and um, also been homeschooling my kids. And you don't know until you know how stressful homeschooling your kids are, making sure that they have, they're getting their nutrition, and then also taking them to their events and things like that. So a lot of times an argument that I was having with my husband is, uh, he would always say, well, I'm actually going out and working, and you're at home working, but it still can be because the children are always there. And
Right.
sometimes you don't have an outlet. Like you can go to work and you have that outlet in a sense, even though it's stressful. It can be stressful for men to do, but you get like adult communication where you're constantly with the children all the time, and they're always asking you for things. And even when your spouse comes home, they're still asking you, they're still knocking on your door. You can't even go to the bathroom without them wanting something. So it takes balance. At the end of the day, it takes balance. We cannot do this by ourselves. And one thing I'll add is, if you are a single mother,
Right.
it's very important that you do
Turn the
find
lights up.
some male leadership for that, for your child. I did not have that. I had plenty of uncles and cousins and everything, but no one stepped up and said, hey, I'm going to help, help you and show, and be that male leadership or be that male role model that you need. And so that's very important that we do find someone, um, that has male, is a leader who can be a leadership or give that balance to someone who doesn't have it. Most men will do that. Most men will find their mom, or if they're a single father, they'll find their mom, their girlfriend, or whatever to do that. So we have to make sure that we as single women are not saying we can do it by ourselves, and so I'll stop there.
Yeah. So want to make one thing clear before we go to Queen. And Queen, I know you've been waiting, and Rico as well. Whatever happened to the term called MILF? What happened to that term? Is that even like a term that women want to become anymore? A MILF? I know it's degrading. I hope it's not degrading. I hope it's nothing disrespectful. But I thought that was a thing that mothers always wanted to have, even though without being too overly sexual. Queen, can you talk about what you were going to talk about and jump into that too as well?
Well, I'm not sure what the term MILF means.
Well,
Mother,
I'll give some clarity. I'm the clarity guy. If you ever saw a movie way back called American Pie, they coined that term. All right, MILF. Mom, I'd like to blank. All right.
Oh.
To give you some texture, that is more or less the pop culture term.
Mm-hmm.
A MILF is more or less the Caucasian pop culture term for, if you ever seen the movie Friday, for Mrs. Parker. All right, Mrs. Parker, that older looking sister that still got it, that could get it if you had an opportunity to give it. MILF. Mom, I'd like to.
Like the kid that always had to get into fights because when his mother came to school, the little guy would say so smart. Your mother looked good. And he started fighting. Anytime it was funny because I remember Paxton used to say in his show, he says, if your mother looks pretty, you're gonna learn how to fight at a very young age. Because you always defended how pretty she is. So, Queen, go ahead.
I got you. So the topic is women, mothers. I just jumped on. I'm sorry about that. So I'm not sure what the topic is about women losing their.
No, women losing themselves in motherhood, and how can men help?
Well, I'm not a mother, but I have plenty of nieces that I helped raise. But I think I have been like a mother to my job, meaning the clients. I'm a social worker and I work with transitional age youth. So a lot of the girls that were on my caseload had no mothers really in their lives. So a lot of times I took the work home. Um, but being married and having a husband who has had some serious health challenges, um, I feel like I have taking it on me to be the net for everyone except for myself. Um, to the point where um, I had a few clients who were going.
Queen, thank you, because it doesn't have to be motherhood. Women lose themselves within being a wife as well. So we want to talk about that. Thank you, taking care of everybody but themselves. Thank you. Keep going, Queen. Keep going.
Okay. So I know for as far as my job with the clients, I call them my girls because that's how I saw them. I'm far away from my family. I live on a different coast. So it's almost like these young girls became my little sisters or my nieces to me. And that's how I treated them with boundaries, of course, but um, watching them lose themselves as far as feeling like they have to give in to the pressures around them, meaning no one taught them to value themselves. No one taught them that they were more than their body shape or what they can give a man, what they did to fit in. So trying to help young girls to know that they were more than what they could do with laying on their back and spreading their legs. And also helping them to see that, I worked with a few that were caught up in human trafficking at one point. So also teaching them how to re-love themselves or to um, value things about themselves that for so long someone told them that they were nothing.
Excuse me, Queen. Do you think it's really about not a woman not loving themselves that they gain weight? Just trying to clarify.
I don't think it's necessarily women not loving themselves that makes them gain weight. I think you gain weight from not just overeating. You gain weight from not getting enough sleep. Not drinking enough water. I know for me at times, my job takes me. At one point, one of my jobs took me where I was in the car driving around for almost 3 hours in a commute one way. So if I'm in a car for 3 hours, where can I really go to get a healthy meal or, grab some water or use the bathroom? I'm in traffic, and then I got to turn around and take the kid back home or take them back to foster care. So, and then I wake up the next day and I do it again. So I don't think it's necessarily, because I'm not a small woman. And I remember going to the doctor, and I had a racist doctor, and she looked at me and she was like, "Oh, you probably have high blood pressure. You probably got this. You probably got diabetes, blah, 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 blah." And I said, "No, I've never had those issues. I may carry a little more weight than what you think I should be, but, And when she ran my test, she was like, "Well, we'll see." So when she ran my test, I came back to meet with her.
Right.
And she actually made me run more tests because she couldn't believe that the results were my results.
Right. So let me stop you right now because we want to stick to the topic at hand. And the topic at hand is, what can men do to help women not lose themselves in motherhood? So in one sentence, what do you think they could do? Turn the lights up, please.
Be understanding.
Okay.
Be understanding and listen.
Okay, perfect.
Don't go off what you think the person needs. Ask them. Watch what they're doing and just observe that even if a woman can't necessarily express what she needs, because sometimes A woman can't say, look, I need you to do this. They just need you to see what I'm doing, see everything I'm doing, and just pick up and go, oh, I let you sleep. I already did the dishes. Or I got a salad for you, or I ordered food, or, I did this. So just observe your woman and see look how she's moving
Right.
and act accordingly.
Right. I like that. I like that. I like what Stephen Cole wrote. He says, find yourself before motherhood, not through motherhood.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you can't use fatherhood to be a man. You can't use motherhood to be a mother. We had to develop these skills beforehand. Rico, drop some gems on us. How do you feel about women losing themselves because of motherhood? And how do men help if we can help? Come on, Rico. Give it to us.
Ooh, this is a tough one. Because to be honest with you, I think it is very true that women do lose themselves through motherhood. I've always said 1,000 times over, a single mother on her worst day is better than a father on his better day. And we're talking about intentional parents. We're not talking about because of some of the things that Mayat and Queen spoke of the inherent nature of motherhood. I just couldn't do that. I just couldn't. And I was a father present raising kids. So the things that Mayat spoke of is like, yeah, I'm physically there, but I'm not there in that way, in that nurturing way that my children needed. I tried. It was a fail. I think the stats that you put up were excellent.
Apologies.
Hold on, be nice. Somebody's talking. Hold on, please, brother. Thank you.
Hold on.
I think somebody's got an echo. It's not me.
Somebody has the echo. Can you press mute?
So I think the stats you put up, King, they were spot on. And I just wanted to point out one thing to MB. I think that's your name, brother. I don't want us to get lost when we look at those stats. And initially, for a moment, I looked at them and I thought, well, is this single motherhood? But that's one thing that E Black has brought to the conversation that even I was lacking on thinking about is the amount of parents who have children with disabilities. So when I looked at every last one of those stats where women quitting their job, reducing their hours, that's a woman with a husband that very well could have a child disabled, whether he's blind, in a wheelchair, deaf, special needs, whatever the case may be. All the money in the world is not going to compensate for that. It just won't. And what will that mother naturally do? She will quit her job, say to hell with a promotion because I don't need more responsibility because I need to tend to the needs of my child. A father in that same position is going to stand there and watch that mother do it because he'd much rather she do it than him have to take it on. We've all said here on this platform, taking on the responsibility of a disabled child is a hell I've never known and I cannot imagine, but my heart goes out to people like that. So, and I'll just say that on that stat. The only other thing I will say to my brother Chef, who we got to do it every night, I do agree 100% with what you say about the myth of the wage gap. It's not a myth, it's also true. When we go to the most dangerous jobs of being men, I believe that 100%. I've heard Jordan Peterson and several others preach to that. That's great. But if you take that table, why does the wage gap still exist in jobs where there is no high risk? So in jobs like the healthcare industry, male doctors are paid more than female doctors.
Okay.
Male nurses are paid more than female nurses. Male teachers are paid more than female teachers, and that's a field that's dominated by women. So we can't act like that the wage gap, that's the thing they do. And that's a true talking point that they reach out and they say, oh, well, it's the more.
I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to make sure I get an opportunity to come behind you. You feel me?
And I just wanted to put that into the conversation because the stats that King put up, they really made me think. And I'm like, there's a lot of truth with what you said and MB said, but they didn't make these stats up for nothing.
Right.
They're and that's just facts. So when we talk about, for me, I don't know how to help them, because I do understand why mothers feel that natural.
Hold on, Rico. Someone said that medical careers are high-risk jobs.
A doctor's a doctor.
Okay.
A doctor's a doctor.
Okay, that's what someone said. I didn't say it. Someone said I didn't say it. It was right there.
But however, you can call it whatever. It's a high stress job.
Right.
Same as being a lawyer. Male lawyers get paid more than female lawyers. It's not risk, it's stress.
Right.
Okay, so and the disparity in pay.
Turn the lights up.
Whatever. So I won't even harp on it, but that's just my thought and my belief. And I've been in the legal field for over 30 years. I know males get paid routine promotions, partnership, so on and so forth. It just fucking is.
Okay.
So when we go to I can't answer on how do we help, other than I just sympathize that. And the weight thing, I do know everything that everyone has said are a lot of the reasons. I do also know that when women deal with depression, and men too, when we don't talk about male depression because we just don't, like I told you guys, I've never sought therapy. I probably need some, I probably won't. I self-medicate. That's what most men do.
Right.
Self-medicate.
One more thing before we have to let you go. Natalie put liability wise is high risk. Those jobs are high risk because of what's going on, not high stress, liability wise. So now Chef can rebuttal, and then we're going to go to B9. Thank you.
All right. So I get where you're coming from. Here's where the issue lies. There was a couple of variables that you left out, right? One of the variables were pregnancy and child rearing and its impact on the person being able to work. The statistics that support the bogus gender wage gap, they fail to list pregnancy, parenting time, maternity leave. If you look, it's only a 29-cent difference, right, in the totality of the annual number. Pregnancy plays a part in that. That's one piece. Now, and it's always going to be, even when they get paid, at some point it's only going to be paid, they're only going to be paid a percentage of their wage after a certain point. So it's not going to be the same. Secondly, the jobs that gain the most money, the jobs that entail the most physical stress and danger are the jobs that men take. Period. It's not a mistake. Agreeability. These things that I say are not just things that, I just sat down and drank a shot and then came up with this shit. Everything that I state, and I make sure the things that I state as fact are things that you can go and verify. Agreeability, which is one of the major factors and variables in femininity and how we consider femininity. Women by nature, there have been studies, are more agreeable than men. Just by nature. The women that are not agreeable within the corporate strata, guess what they call them? It starts with a P. All right. Is that fair? No. So what I'm saying is that men tend to be more disagreeable. So in situations when men will press or rage against the fact that they feel they're not getting as much money as they were before, women will tend to just work harder in hopes that the supervisor will appreciate them. The same way them queens do within our relationships. We'll tell them, you're too fat, you're too this, you're too that. For them, with us, they'll show us within action and within service in hopes that we will be smart and wise enough to be able to understand and uplift them or put them in a place where they want. Women tend to be more agreeable. That is something real. I ain't making this shit up. So what I'm saying to you is that in terms of gender wage gap, bro, it doesn't really exist. It's what's called a trope. I always want to educate folks. TROPE. Google it. It's a trope. It's not real. It's not real. How many sisters you know work at Delta Force or Navy SEALs, bro? How many sisters that you know are parachuting out of shit? cleaning the sides of 78-story skyscrapers, doing all of the most dangerous jobs in the country. Remember, the gender wage gap is not calculated based on just this or just that. It's not based on a legal office or a school, bro. It's based on the totality of all of the positions that men and women tend to take. So we got to be fair, and we also have to be calculated and specific and careful of the things that we utilize that we will consider fact, because at some point, once we repeat them over and over and over again, people will start to believe that they're a fact and will add those things to their calculations, which will then become fruit of the poison tree.
Could I just ask one thing and I'll be done?
Absolutely.
I do know, and the only reason I agree with you 100% about the dangerousness of the job. And as I said, we take that off the table. I'm just comparing profession to profession between the genders, where I'm addressing the disparity in the wage gap. And the reason why I say it is, I know recently, I think a couple of years ago over in England, some Western countries are starting to do what are called wage disclosure laws. So fields are having to put out the wages that they're paying. In the US, we don't have that. So realistically, on my job, all I know is what I make. I have no idea what anybody else makes.
Right.
And they are saying behind the veil of the closed door, and I work for a large pharmaceutical, this is STEM. And I'm like, and these companies in the US are fighting very much against having to disclose that, because the women of this country is more than half of the population. And I think if they really find out, we're not talking Delta Force, we're not talking about cops, all of them deserve to be more. I'm talking about, like I say, if a male waitress is making more than a female waitress, I'm like, come on, really? I can't argue that. I just, and these are the things that if we.
But you can't though, because if you use that example that you gave, being a waitress is based all of them make about $2 an hour. Being a waitress is based on how the people that you served feel that you were, and they're based on tips. So what I'm saying is that
take a paid salary. Just take a paid salary and take it out of the wage. A school teacher should be paid the same. I would agree. I would think in the state of Georgia, why should male teachers be paid more than female teachers? I just need an explanation for that. And if it's a disparity, shouldn't someone have to answer for that?
All right. That's good. So let me get B9 question. How women are losing themselves during motherhood. Why? And can men help stop that? And we had some stats up earlier in regards to them gaining weight, them going to postpartum depression. Also, we incorporated data of them earning less in wages than men, which could be a factor of why they losing themselves during motherhood. So what do you feel about that topic, B9? Questions on the bottom.
I had to unmute myself. All right, first and foremost, God bless everybody tonight. E Black, thank you for the invite in the first place. That's the only reason that I'm here, is that you invited me. As far as the topic is concerned, I really don't have too much to say because I wasn't really plugged in the way that I should have been, being completely honest with you. And so I would rather be silent on the subject than to give y'all some bullshit, and that I really have been plugged in with y'all with. If I give y'all something, it's gonna be sincere.
Right.
So I'll take the ignorant L on that one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So ladies, can you give us suggestions of how that we might not be aware of to notice you falling off? What would you want your man to say? Because Mayat said her man didn't say anything. He was just going to the gym, so she followed him to the gym. He led by example. What can men do so our woman doesn't fall off? What can? Yes, Will.
You know, salute to Maya for recognizing that and following suit. But like I said before on one of the other topics, like, you know, everybody's not going to do that. So you got to communicate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like you got to communicate with your partner. Like if that's something of importance, find a way to communicate that without offending them. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes that's difficult to do, because if a woman that doesn't normally go to the gym, you know, sometimes if you offer them to come to the gym, they automatically may assume that what you trying to say, I'm fat, or you know what I mean? So it's like you got to find a way through communication. If you want your partner to come with you to the gym, find a way to do it, you know, respectfully and you know, without offending that partner.
You mind if I say something real quick?
Right. Go ahead.
Like, I feel like you could do it in a hybrid style. You could do both. So you could start off by either leading by example first before you have like those heart-to-heart talks, or you could talk to like your significant other first. I mean, without being harsh, and just say, "Hey, you know, would you like to come to a gym with me?" You know, start off with something like that first, and then see where her headspace is at. But if you feel like, okay, that, you know, you're going to a gym and she's just saying no, and you're not liking what you see, then I mean, that's where you have to come with the moment of truth. Like, I mean, I can only just speak for myself, but for me, like I'm more like an outspoken, direct type of person. You know, um, look, I'm not trying to be like, you know, like in tune with somebody's like feelings, and you know, if especially like if I'm trying to motivate you and you don't want the help. So I will let you know this is how I'm feeling, but if you're still not down for it, then that's where I would just have to try hope that by me leading by example and just keep it pushing for my own health, for my own body, that hopefully maybe that could be an inspiration for her. But not everyone's going to be receptive to it.
Okay.
I have a question. I do have. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, so my question would be is if you are hinting or you straight out ask your spouse to go to the gym, or you know, you tell them, I don't know, that they need to, or you know, you suggest that they kind of need to do those things and they don't for whatever reason, you know, what is the next step there? Do you, I mean, what's the next step? Are you, because
So,
are you going to become physically unattracted to her?
well, most likely it will be yes. Um, and I'm just, but see, I'm just speaking things that like, I mean, this never had happened to me, but I'm just speaking things like in general, like if I was in that situation. Um, yeah, like unfortunately, I think for guys like myself and you know for other people, like we don't want. I think most men don't like to see their women that is out of shape or is unhealthy. You know, and you know, there's a lot of women. There's a lot of temptation out there. So I guess to answer the question in a more better way, like I would do what I can to try to make sure that I don't put myself in a situation where I feel like, dang, now I gotta start lusting at some other woman because she's fit and my wife is not trying to get in shape. You know, oh, hopefully that answer it.
Right. Will, go ahead.
Okay, you know, one way that you know, Maya, one way that you could do it is that, you know, so wouldn't you agree that obesity is linked to a lot of the diseases that people end up getting?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Right.
against
So
this whole fat.
so
I mean, fat is, you know, this whole thing where You know, you don't
Hold
want
on
to
one
fat
second,
shame
Queen.
women.
Hold on, Queen. We have to remove you from the stage because we got to make room for more people. We have some other people online. This is the business we ever had the lobby. So those who are not contributing, don't take offense. We might have to move you from the panel so we can let other people come in. Thank you.
The reason why I asked that question, Maya, is because, you know, just because a guy is saying, you know, come to the gym with me, or says that, hey, you know, you need to work out, that doesn't mean that he doesn't care about you. He obviously cares about you because, like we just agreed upon, obesity is linking people to all of these diseases. So it's like, yo, him inviting you to the gym is him looking out for your best interest also, because he doesn't want you to get overweight and then what? Oh, now you got diabetes. Now you got this. And so, you know, we always, like I say, and I like this phrase, but it's like, we can't always look at how people are saying things. We gotta look at the message. It's deeper than how people say it. The message is deeper than how people say it.
I do agree with that. But I think there's a lot of men who are not wanting, they're not necessarily thinking about the health. They're thinking about, I want my lady to look good. I want her to have a, you know, round butt. You know, I want her to have a flat stomach, you know. Like, so I
You're
mean,
right.
I get.
You're right. A lot of, I mean, I can only
real
speak.
quick, Willie.
I can only
Real
speak
quick.
how I can only speak how I think. That's
Right,
how I think.
right.
Like if I'm inviting my girl to the gym, it's more I'm thinking about her health more than I'm thinking about her shape.
Hey, real quick, Willie. You know, hey, B9, you know, we gonna put you back up, but if you're not gonna contribute to the conversation and you're gonna be smoking weed, we can't be doing that, my guy. Yeah, I'll continue.
Well,
Willie, you mind
okay.
okay.
Go ahead, bro. M3.
I was just going to just reply to you real quick. I mean, it's nothing wrong with just having a desire for both. I mean, yes, like you want your significant other to be healthy and be like, but also be in the best shape and also be beautiful, like in your own eyes. I think it's just a win-win for like both parties. You know, she get the health that she needs, the nice body, you be satisfied as well too, and it's like a sense of security in knowing that okay, she's taking care of herself. She's respecting her body that God gave her, and that's it.
Now, I absolutely agree. You know, but
Mm-hmm.
I was just saying, in my perspective, like for
Yeah.
me, the main thing that's important is that my lady is healthy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and
No,
if
I
she's
respect that.
healthy, she gonna look good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, and I
She's
think
gonna feel good. She's
Yeah.
also gonna feel good. How about
that
right.
too.
Yeah,
That
boost
too.
up the confidence, and she's gonna do a lot more
Yeah,
other
she's
stuff
gonna
too.
be
Yeah,
healthy. If she going to the gym, she gonna be healthy. She gonna feel good. All of that.
she's gonna get that
So
stamina as well too. So yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I
yeah,
think and one of the issue, and this is rampant in our community, is that we don't think that being a certain weight is detrimental to our health because we saw grandmama or auntie or big mama, whatever, deal with it, but you don't know at the extent that they were dealing with it. You don't know the all the pills that they were taking and how that affected their heart and all of those different things. So that's a big issue, is because even though we see it, we don't think that we are, if we are a certain weight, we don't think that that's an issue health wise. We think, oh, well, there's plenty of people in my family fat and they seem like they're doing well. So we just bypass it and continue. And I mean, it's a very layered thing because it is connected to emotions and other factors. But because we kind of just say, because I mean, I had times in my life where I'd be like, oh, I'm fine being this weight, it doesn't, it doesn't matter. Such and such seems like they're doing fine. I think what really hit me is when I saw my grandmother transition, and she wasn't like a big lady, but she had to take so many different, medications, and the medications is what the doctor said was her demise, because her body no longer could take all those medications that she had been on for so many years. It was literally shutting down her organs. So I mean, we have to get educated on what about our health, period. Like, that's a big concern in the community. So I think if you come at it from that point of view, as opposed to saying, I just want you to look good, that would be that is going to be more helpful in the long, in the long run. But I mean, there's so many things, because people are fixing the outside of themselves. They're going to get surgery, but they're not fixing the inside. They're not actually doing the work in order to sustain that, or to maintain that physique, because you're going to have to maintain that. Even if you get surgery 20 years, are you still going to look like that? So
instant gratification.
Can I ask something? Because I'm glad my
hold on, Rico. Let me ask Maya something. Hey, Matt, why do you think men don't really understand the physiology of a woman's body and how it kind of works? I think when I was younger, I could shred weight like anything. I could do whatever. Why is it that men are like almost ignorant to the fact that women kind of gain weight and it's harder for them to kind of do it?
I mean, women don't know. I mean, women really don't know, like, the whole idea of weights, right? So weights are actually a great way to get rid of body fat really quickly, but women are scared of weights. They're like, "Oh, I don't want to bulk up." And we tend not to. We're not going to bulk up. We're gonna burn that fat first before we actually bulk up. So I always say that we need to learn our body. We need to know our bodies better than a doctor. We can't go to the doctor and look for answers. We need to understand our bodies first, and then when we go to the doctor, or whoever we go to, we can say, "This is what's going on with my body," and they say something to you like, "No, this is what's happening in my body, and I know what's going on." I've seen some great things happen just because I started taking control of my nutrition and our family's nutrition, and instead of depending on other people to tell me how my body works. Once we understand that, then we can pass that information on to you, and you can understand that. And
Maya,
then
I got the answer to that. I got the answer to that, Maya.
Okay.
Weight is addressed at the table more so than the gym.
Yeah.
What you're ingesting is going to affect your body, and the quantity and the amount of what you're ingesting is going to affect your body more than at the gym. Because, like, for example, when you drink a soda, you have to run like 10 miles.
Yeah.
On top
Those
speed.
are just empty calories. Yes.
Yeah, it's like who can run 10 miles at 70 miles per hour on the treadmill just to burn that high fructose corn syrup?
Right.
You can't.
Yeah. So what I want to say, this is the reason why I'm not married, and because I'm not gonna lie, I work out every day. No, 5 out of 7 days of the week, and this is the reason why I'm working so hard to be able to provide my lady the liberty to not to work if she doesn't want to work, because appearance means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. I work too hard to be with a woman that's not in tune with her better self. I'm not going to tolerate that. That's just me personally, right? So I'm gonna look for a woman that has that mindset that she wants to be the best person she can be, and it is my job to give her the environment to keep that look going on, with or without children. But it's my job to keep that environment, that lifestyle, so she can do it without stress. But I'm not accepting anybody falling off in my life. Unless it's a medical situation, I get it. But for me, I waited too long and worked too hard just to accept any type of mediocrity. For me, and I'm not trying to be rude, that's just me. So my job is to find someone that has the mindset and then give her the environment so she can maintain that body, maintain that mindset, and maintain that spirit without stress. That's what my job
So
is.
my question is, how much grace will you give her, in case there is postpartum depression, or
Well,
you know?
I won't have to give her that much grace because I'm learning from y'all, right?
Okay.
I'm going to be supportive. You
Okay.
helping me out. That's why I'm going to be the best man, husband in the world, because I'm listening to the advice of everybody else before I get married. I'm going to
Okay.
give her that support. Now, if it's
Right.
something that she can't control because it's a chemical imbalance, I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. But we have agreements. We have
Right.
oaths. We take a covenant. I'm not going to fall off financially. And I hope that she does her research on me to make sure I have to make sure that I have my finances right and me not just talking.
Right.
Because I could be
Exactly.
talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
You
know,
could.
Africans from Brooklyn just be talking a good game. They're all scammers. They're all scammers. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that she's okay. We're gonna let Joseph up. We don't. No one knows him on the chat, but we're gonna give him a chance to talk and respect that. And
King,
also
can I
we're
just
gonna B9 got to go up because B I have to say, but after Rico, so it's gonna be with B9 now. Is he here? Or he left?
nicely?
Oh, there you go. B9's right there, and then we're gonna get Joseph. So after Rico, those two gentlemen can go. Thank you. And then we're gonna switch the topic soon. But I'm looking for 100 likes. We are 80. Come on, give me 100 likes before 2 hours. We got 88 likes. Give me 100. We need 12 more.
Just real quick to balance the conversation, and I love what the flower Mayette has spoken on. What I do think that is missing out of the balance of the conversation.
Hello, what is that?
Somebody gotta mute their mic. Mute
That's
your
you,
mic.
Joseph. You got to mute. Let me mute your mic for you. Thank you.
Okay, so just to balance the conversation a little bit is and I agree 100% that the weight and the obesity is a problem. However, what I also think that we should be conscious of is I think what, in addition to the weight, is excess. Because I hear people talking about people eating too much, but do we address the issues of people drinking too much? People also smoking too much. All of these also lead to serious health disparities and underlying conditions in our community. So everybody see the weight thing we can see. People generally tend not to see the drinking. We do sometimes if you see the person physically do it. But if I'm a small person, I can be a fall down drunk every day. If you don't see that, you think, oh, well, he's small or she's small. And how many, I've seen women that were in great shape that just had all kinds of health issues, as Maya spoke to, because maybe she was a heavy drinker or maybe she was a heavy smoker. And even to and King, I'll just say this to you. Yes, you know me, I'm huge on working, but too much work can lead to health disparities and underlying conditions as well. So I just want to balance the conversation with that, because I know we put all the weight on weight, and then as men,
more likes.
We want to ignore, I'm like, the drinking, the smoking, the working 80 hours a week. Come on, I just want to inject that into the conversation. I'm done.
Can I say something real quick to that? So there are ways to look at that and see those things. Like you can look at the eyes, you can look at the skin color, you can look at the tongue.
Yes.
Those so like doctors are, our ancestor Dr. Sebi and Dr. Layla Africa, he taught those things. So there's books that show you how to study those. Study the eyes. Now, when my husband was working a very difficult job, I would look at his eyes and I could tell about his health by the way that his eyes. If you notice with kids, especially babies, their eyes are extremely white. Which is a good sign. That's what you want. You want your eyes to be the whites of your eyes to be really white. So usually if somebody's stressed or if they're a heavy drinker by looking at those eyes. If it's has that yellowish tint, that means there's something going on with their liver. So there's always ways to look at a person and really see about their health.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, B9.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I'm listening to everything that y'all are saying, and everything y'all are saying is correct.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go a little different angle at it. When it comes to having this conversation with weight, whether the result is just physical looks, whether it's a shallow reason, whether it is a health reason, which is definitely more important than the shallow aspect. All of it surrounds being able to take a joke, being able to receive information and not have it be offensive. That biggest issue that's going on between us and relationships with our women when we're talking these subjects. There are certain eggshell subjects that we can't just be direct with our women about. And pardon my crassness, but if I can stick my finger else up in and out of you, I should be able to tell you how I feel about you, honestly. And as she got vilified for it.
Right. What happened to the word grace?
Grace is not only exhibited in the way that you treat somebody in a situation. Grace is also exhibited in the way that you process information from something that comes from the outside. Right. Grace is exhibited when you process information. When a person says something, you don't immediately say, "The fuck you talking about?" Or "What you mean by that?" Right. Grace is also assuming or understanding positive intent coming from the other person within the time of you processing that information. Your analytical mind, your paranoid mind is going to do that shit on its own. Grace is something that is in the frontal lobe. Grace is something that we exhibit. The other stuff, the mistrust, the paranoia, that's psychosomatic. That's, that's in the back part. We don't control that. So grace is definitely us understanding that and assuming positive intent from that person as well, initially.
So the lights up. One more. Let's get Will. Talk to me. Will, talk to me.
B9, thanks for your B9. Thanks for coming in, brother. I truly respect your perspective. But one thing, like I like to say from what you said is, just because a shorty gives you the box doesn't mean you could talk to her any way you want to. And I'm not saying that you're implying that. I'm not saying you're implying that, but just because she felt you were special enough to give you the box, it doesn't give you the reason to like talk to her any way you want to, though. You know what I'm saying? So
and I agree with you 100%. And how could I be talking to her any way I want to when I'm giving her something that's for her betterment? I'm giving.
Wait, hold on. You got echo. You got echo.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll repeat that. I said, how can I be of that mindset when I'm there to give improvement? When the words that are coming out of my mouth are improvement. So it definitely doesn't give me the right to talk any old type of way. That would be an oxymoron. I'm yelling, "Girl, I love you. Girl, I'm gonna beat you." Those two things don't add up. So for you to kind of make that, what you're saying is right, but it doesn't really have a parallel to what I was saying, because everything that I was saying was rooted in positivity. It was just a matter of, like I say, women are very particular with the delivery, and they have to understand that a lot of men, real men, the actions is what speaks louder than the words. We're not always the best at writing Hallmark cards, but we will go and show you through our actions that we're willing to die for you. We're willing to work 90 hours a week so that you have a roof over your head, so forth and so on.
Right.
So that's the parallel that I was making.
Turn it like
no, I absolutely agree. It's how you deliver the message, and that's how they'll receive it.
Joseph, talk to me. What's up, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, nice shirt, my guy.
I appreciate it. The light is not that great in here because it's a low light room, but
right. You look like me with hair.
With hair?
Yeah, talk to me, brother.
Now, I was just listening to some of the conversation last 5 minutes, and I was trying to follow, which I was trying to say. It seemed like I was talking about women's weight and related to food issues and things like that. Maybe
no.
And it seemed like
no. The question is right here. So see,
ladies losing themselves in motherhood, and how can men help?
So basically, them falling off weight-wise, emotionally, spiritually, and how can we help? Do you notice that?
So the first thing I want to say is the best way to help them is to let them see how they can help themselves, because there's only so far you can encourage a woman to get back to, because we don't know what a woman's dealing with in terms of her hormones or in terms of her mentality. There are things that happen, such as I forget what it's called, when the woman gives birth and she's like disconnected from the child and she's having these emotional, hormonal imbalances and things like that. That's something that men can't understand. So these could be things that happen within her own psyche and her own emotional body that causes her to let herself go. That also simultaneously causes men to lose attraction for that woman. But I think the best way to help that woman is to bring her to, I would say, psychology, some sort of psychiatrist or therapy, and to also be the example that you want her to be. I don't think criticizing her is the way to do it, but I also don't think letting it just go is also the way to do it. So that man has to kind of find that balance where he's helping her along the path of getting her to feel more confident about herself, because there's only so much confidence you can impart upon a woman to a man's frustration. Oh, I know you can do this. I know you can do this. I'm going to the gym. Why can't you? I'm in shape. Why aren't you? Well, you didn't have a baby. You didn't give birth to these kids. You didn't, when a woman, I've seen women when they're just giving birth to a child, the first thing they look at is their body. Oh my God, is my man going to love me? Is my husband going to love me? And that man might say, I still love you, but in her own mind and her own emotional body, she's feeling like she's not worthy of that love. She's not worthy. She doesn't feel beautiful anymore. She doesn't feel like she did before pregnancy, or before birth, before she gave those children to the world. So I think is different ways to approach it, but it's not an easy. There's no one size fits all, because every woman is going to be different. How you approach her is going to be different. Maybe all she needs is a little push. Maybe all she needs is just take out some of the food in the cupboard and introduce new foods to her diet. Maybe it's something as simple as a mental thing, because a woman's and also a man's, their thought process is going to determine how they eat. You can know the right things to eat, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to eat them.
Right.
I know that eating sugar is not good for me, but if that's what makes me feel good emotionally, then that's what they're going to consume.
Hold on, because I'm going to have to put some people off the stage, because I never had this before. This is the first time we have people hitting me up and saying, "Yo, we need to get in." So, but before you go, Joseph, because you've been on point, I'm going to give you a question. After you answer this question, I want you to handle so people go and follow your page. So check this out. Based on what you said, because you are physically fit as a man, do you agree with women having surgery, C-sections, and having surgery to expedite the process, of looking good? Does any man oppose that or agree with that before we switch up the panel?
Oh.
Because I'm with the whole Kim Kardashian movement. I don't care how my lady get back. Just get back.
I think there's a difference between a woman who is capable of obtaining that Kim Kardashian body, but choosing the lazy way out. And then there's a woman who, because she gave birth to children, and even after having worked out and did everything she possibly could to lose that extra skin, it's not really, for whatever reason, her body composition isn't allowing her to lose the extra skin naturally. In that case, it will make more sense for her to get the surgery. But if it's something that she can do for herself first, after she exhausted the natural option, I think it makes more sense. What I don't agree with women doing, just me personally, is a woman just taking a shortcut every which way. I want bigger lips. I want to look slimmer. I want a slimmer waist. I want a bigger butt, bigger boobs, but they're not willing to go to the gym first to obtain that kind of body and that most people have to naturally acquire. Yeah, I can get the fake chest and the fake muscles and all that, but still, I know it's fake. But if it's a woman who who after giving birth, like I think that's different. She don't try natural. Oh, the skin is still on my body. I'm still having issues with that. I want to get this extra skin surgically removed. I have no issue with that. But it was just like, oh, I don't want to put it in the work. I don't want to do anything. I just want to just kind of lazy, just go into the doctor's office, drop $5,000 and call it a day. That means you're still going to gain that weight in some way. You're still not going to feel like, I don't know. I think that's my opinion. That's all I got to say about that.
Joseph,
I agree with
let me talk to Joseph for a minute, man.
Okay.
Let me talk
We
to
got a lot of
Joseph.
people in the background, Chef. Okay.
No, I got you. I've been quiet for a minute. You know what I mean? I'm only jumping in when I'm feeling it.
Okay.
Joseph, I work in corporate America.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that we have in corporate America is targets, goals, criteria, quotas for people to meet that they have to meet, period. What happens is when we put those quotas, those goals, and those targets there without some sort of refined way to get them, what happens is people take shortcuts because they don't focus on the specific behaviors that are required to get to that goal. What they do is just focus on the goal itself.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't focus on the nutrition. They don't focus on the daily minutia of the things that it will take in decision making to get where they go. All they know is that my husband wants a fat ass, some big tits, and juicy DSLs. All right, I'll let Rico explain what those are. DSLs. I ain't going to. But right, they want all of that. So what's going to happen is, with all of the pressures of motherhood and all of that other stuff they know they have on them, some of them is going to take a trip down to Dr. Miami. Somebody's going to stop down in Youngstown, Ohio for Dr. Fix-A-Flat. Somebody's going to get the boob lift. Somebody's going to get some collagen injections in their lips. When we focus on results and don't focus on specific dynamic behaviors, what happens is the folks that want to give you what you want, remember, these people that are quote unquote cheating in the process that you're talking about, they're cheating so they could win your admiration and your heart and your satisfaction. They're cheating for you. So what I say to you is this: when we talk about those things in all of those places that people go, we have to also understand that it's going to be critical that we put a modus operandi, which is pretty much Latin for rules of engagement, a mode of operation. Because if not, doctor this, doctor that, fix it flat, lip fattening, all of that shit is going to continue happening because they want to give you what you want. It's like that person that cheats on the test. People would do it. A good amount of people cheat on their taxes, claim their nephews and nieces and all of that shit. But the thing is, when we look at it, it's not just a lack of self-control on those people, in those people's spirit. It's also a lack of wanting to please the man that they have or the potential man they're going to get. What you think about that?
That's an interesting perspective. I think in cheating, you said if they're doing it largely because they want to cheat to make themselves look better for their husband or boyfriend. I say that in cheating for the man, they're simultaneously cheating themselves, because when they look in the mirror, it's not so much about what I see. I can look at that woman and say, oh, she got then she just magically grew her ass. She just magically got some breasts. I said, that's great. I mean, temporarily. But then at the end of the day, she has to sleep in her body. She has to deal with what she still feels. Maybe she doesn't feel as attractive as the enhancements that she got on her body that I may see. And that still is going to linger. So that's going to cause her to want to get bigger breasts or a bigger butt or some other whatever to try to, I guess, replace whatever emotional feeling she has about herself. So at the root cause, she can do it for me. She can do it for the world. She can do it for women. I don't care. But if she can even do it for herself. But at the end of the day, how does she feel about herself looking at herself in the body, in the mirror rather? So there was a woman who, Marcella Flowers, she said, why is that lazy if she worked hard to afford that luxury?
Right. After that, we're gonna switch the panel up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Joseph, because I gotta let people in. I'm sorry, we never had this issue before, but it's a good issue.
It's a good problem to have.
Hey, Hey, I want my guys to shout out their podcast, Mr. Best in the World, M3. Could y'all shout your podcast out?
Yeah, please shout it out.
Sure. So my name is M3. And
Right.
I'm from Knowledge and Relationships,
Mm-hmm.
Which is the AND.
Now, put that up. We can put it up there while he's talking. Thank you.
Okay. And we talk about like relationships. We have like celebrity topics, and Saturdays we have like a ladies' night, like live stream. Monday, Thursday, and Saturdays all at 5:30 Pacific time. Do you need me to type in the private chat? The link?
Yeah, that's 8:30. That's 8:30 Eastern time.
Eastern time, yeah.
We taking over the market, baby.
Yeah, these are my guys right here, man. They real good. They have real good
market, baby.
Thank you, Black, my guy.
All right,
and thank you, King. But yeah, I was gonna say something, but I definitely like agree with like your brothers were saying. I want to just put it like this, because women's gonna say, "Well, it's my body, my choice," right?
And it's their choice.
Yeah, but let's just be honest, right? All this is just a form of laziness. Nobody don't want to work hard to build like that natural body up, because it takes work. It takes a lot of time to it. And especially when you're trying to get like the most high value man that you try and get. I mean, most of the women like that does the whole body work. You mostly see them on Instagram. So they're not really trying to be the catch for the average man. They're probably trying to catch like a baller or whoever they want to like find, But they think like, okay, that's like the easiest route. Let me get the big lips. Let me get the big ass and like the fake tits and stuff. But in the long run, you're gonna be sitting there, barely could sit down, crying to yourself because like your ass is gonna be hurting. No pun intended, but you know what I mean. It just
and
harmful.
And how's it going to look 20 years from now? How's it going to look 30, 40 years from now?
Hold on, one at a time. So Joseph, then Will. Joseph, then Will.
I was going to say, I was thinking about foresight. Like, I don't think they realize it's kind of like people who get these tattoos in their 20s and they get 40 years old and they realize the tattoo doesn't look nothing like it used to look. That little heart now looks like a booty cheek or something like that. I mean, like it don't look the same because you're all wrinkled up. So I don't think when you don't have a natural body, you're not putting the effort to get your natural potential for your body, which everyone will appreciate. When you get 40, 50 years down the line, the foresight is it's going to sag. That, or are you going to keep getting these butt injections? Are you going to keep getting these lip injections? I mean, I think that's an unnecessary expense. If people put in the time and the effort to look the way that they want to look. Now, I've seen, I don't know, I think guys got this fantasy of women who are, who have this artificial body. That's the only way I can describe it. It's artificial. It looks good, but if something just doesn't, it's off. Like I'm going to look, I'm in San Diego, so I go to a lot of new beaches around here. And I've seen the Instagram models with the fake butts and man, I'm like, okay, that's, it looks nice to look at, but it's something off. And it's not just a woman putting those things on her body artificially. It's not something that just looks good, but
those who want to come in now, those who want to come in now is getting full. Thank you.
It feels artificial. So if I'm talking to a woman and I don't know how she really, I don't know how to describe it. It's a distrusting feeling. I can say, yeah, she looks good. Yeah, I can hit that. I can smash that and all this other stuff. But something within me is like, but I don't know could I marry a woman like this? Could I take a woman serious like this? Because I don't even know if we were to have kids, I don't know how they're going to look like. I know they're not going to look like the way that I'm just being honest. These are the things that's going through my head instantly. Okay, there she fine. Yeah, she look good. But I don't know, okay, I can probably hit in the middle of the room. But what is it? What else is she artificially hiding? What else is she putting back that I don't see that she wanted to enhance artificially outside of her body? That's the way I feel as a man.
All right, Joseph. So let me go to Will because we have to move to the next subject matter. We came here for.
I appreciate y'all.
All right, let's go. Will?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say to Joseph and M3, and I'm not for the surgery. So I'm just gonna get that up front before I say what I had to say. So just so everybody knows, I'm not for the fake surgeries, but just to say to address what M3 and Joseph was saying, like, I don't know the lips to be a muscle that you can work out and get bigger. You know what I'm saying? And also, like, your ass can only get so big without the use of steroids and stuff. Like, your ass muscles, like, I don't care how many squats you do. There's some chicks out there that are not getting a bubble. That's just reality. Like, so
that's not discouraged.
Like I said, I'm not for the surgeries.
That's not what's gonna do it though.
I'm sorry.
Squats is not what's gonna do it though. That's the misconception.
No, but I mean, I'm just saying squats are one things that you can do to make the muscles in your thing bigger.
Glutes.
You know what I'm saying?
Glutes,
yeah. Go ahead. Thank you.
Glutes.
But you know, like to me, the most important thing is like to understand what, like, who is the surgery for? You know what I'm saying? Like, is she wanting the surgery for not loving herself, or is she wanting the surgery because it's being influenced by the man that she's with? So that's just my take on it.
What's gonna do it, Mayette?
Not only Mayette, but Colette, speak your mind, please, because we about to go into the super main topic. But I know you have something very important to say, Colette, and we always love the flowers giving their amazing opinions.
Hey guys, thank you for welcoming me to the panel. I'm having a delay, so sorry if I talk slow, and I'm hearing a little anyway, bear with me.
Well, thank you for looking better than your avatar. Go ahead with it.
What did you say?
I said, well, congratulations for being one of the first people that looked better in person than their avatar.
Thank you.
We definitely been blessed by the queens, by the flowers.
Yo, I have to say that we have the prettiest woman in our chat room and in our panels. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. So I'm here writing things down. So okay, King.
Yes.
I want to say what you said about what you're looking for in a wife, like as far as like for her to be fit, like you just want her to get back, you know, you like do what you got to do. What I say is that you're right. I agree with you because there are women out there that would be on the same page as you. Like that's one of your qualifications. Some people ask for, okay, I want them to cook, to clean, or, you know, make sure they're a certain way. That's one of the qualifications you going into a relationship, you need to be able to talk about up front. So I don't feel nothing is wrong with you asking for that. And that's where communication comes in.
Right.
That's where communication comes in. That's where being honest comes in. And making sure that you are also tapping back in with your spouse about that throughout you guys' journey, right? Because things happen. For me personally, when I first had my first child, I didn't carry her to term. I had her at 27 weeks, so I was able to bounce back. You know, my son, now when I had my son, I don't know, but boys do something to women's body.
Wow.
But my son was a different story. I wasn't able to bounce back right away. However, I would say for me personally, it was important for me to keep up my body, my looks and stuff like that. Not necessarily because I wanted to do for my husband. Yes, he's part of that too, but for me, it made me feel well, you know? And because I owned my own business at the time, I had to keep up a certain look as well. So keeping that communication with your spouse and being on that page with your spouse to know that, okay, she's going through something right now. She understands that we on the same page as far as like what we want for each other. She's going to bounce back, but give her the time, and she needs to give herself the time to enjoy that time, you know, enjoy and understand. It doesn't matter what we're going through. It doesn't even have to be about having a baby. It could be about depression.
Right.
You have to understand, thinking that moment, you know what I mean, to understand, because when we go through stuff, God is teaching us something. There's a lesson, you know, so understand it so you could be able to slowly push yourself out of it, but to know that you're going to get out of it, right?
Right.
So there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. That's what you want from your spouse. And I think more men, I think as spouses between each other, we should that's about keeping ourselves accountable.
Right.
Like with my husband is actually around the same age you are. So we're pretty active. So even when he's like looking a little, you know, I'm like,
50,
I didn't sign up for this.
I'm 57.
What happened?
I'm 57.
No, you're not. You 40, you 40 what, 2, 43? 41. Okay. So, you know, I keep him accountable too, you know. Now he doesn't keep me accountable because he understands I'm different. I'm a woman. I'm going through something. But he does know that my appearance matters to me.
Right.
You know, so that's not something he's going to worry about. Like, I'm going to let myself go. Like,
right.
No.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask one question to you,
yeah.
Mayette? Particularly you too, because your parents, how can I say this? Your career or the path you're taking, your appearance does matter. You are going to be a YouTube star, a star. So your appearance does matter. Does a woman appearance? Does a woman profession?
I know the question you kind of asked.
Yeah.
No.
Does a woman profession
profession
determine how she's going to look after childbirth?
No. It should be something. No, it should be something. And like I said, for me, it was internal. I always wanted to make sure I looked good. I guess because I was just raised that way in my family. I mean, if you look at my mom and me and her together, you think we're sisters. You know, like. But internally, it has to be something that you want for yourself.
Like
so
a track star or a stripper will have to bounce back, and a lawyer or a teacher like, you know, I don't have to bounce back because my money is not generated from my body. You get what I'm saying? So, or my
no, you wouldn't have to bounce back, but you wouldn't have to bounce back as fast. That's the difference too, right? You could probably take your time. With me and myself, I took my time. I didn't have to work. I don't have to work. Right. So I have that luxury. So that's a caveat to it as well, right?
Right.
I was gonna say that how you were asking how can the men help? The way men can help is by you, like I said, you tapping in and asking, what is it that I could do? In addition to gather her support system, family, friends, you know, because they know her differently than how you know her. See how they could tap into different ways of helping her. And maybe it's not them pushing her to get back, but it's just maybe just pushing her in a different direction of something she wants to do in life. And that will motivate you. You know, maybe it's a different venture she wants to do in life. And that takes her mind off of losing the weight. Right? But it kind of follows through. So tapping into her support system, I would say, you know, that's how men can help. So let's see, and Hafina said something in the chat. She said, we as women are different from men, so accept that. So we have to accept that. Yes, we are. And she's correct. We're different. You guys agree we're different. And for the most part, we women, we know that we're different. We just might not want to accept it, but we're different. So as men, you guys need to understand that we're different. But
yeah, I agree. You know, me going with my wife to the OBGYN, I guess what they call it, that was probably one of the most eye-opening thing about women I did not understand. Like, I was like, what are y'all speaking different language now?
Well, listen, I appreciate that. We are going to make a transition to the next subject matter. This is going to be very touchy subject matter. We need Terry up here. Please, Terry, come up here.
Miss Colette real quick, though.
Okay.
she made an excellent point that men and women are different, and men need to understand that women are different.
Right.
Do women need to understand that men are different?
Yes, 100%.
That's it. You got it. They got it. They got it. I think it's time for us to actually move to the next subject matter, because I just got a knock on my door, and an attractive lady showed up, and she's looking for 606, and then she came back and knocked again, and she says she felt my energy, and then she gave me one of this. So I don't know if that's a sign. I don't know. That I never got. It was random. It was just so random. So that maybe that's a sign for us to move to the next subject matter. All right, brother Clarence. I hope you're ready, brother. Brother Clarence, hope you're ready. We have to take one person might have to go down so we could allow some people to come in. So if you're not comfortable with interracial relationships, can you please step down? Okay, everybody's comfortable. Everybody's comfortable. So what I'm going to do is, after someone speak, I have to put someone out after they speak, and then to put other people in, because we have to give everybody a chance. Okay. So let's start it. Give me the warning again, Maricela. Please give me the warning.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
You go say anything you want to say, brother.
All right, I just want to make sure we give a shout out to the chat. You know, you guys could have been anywhere in the world right now. Y'all here with us. Thanks to shout out to the people who shared it on Twitter. You know, Dawn, she shares every episode on Twitter. Shout out to people that share it in their favorite Facebook, their favorite Facebook group too. And shout out to the people who support this channel every day and they show up.
Yeah. And to piggyback on E-Black, y'all sisters flowers, y'all share links and have viewing parties to watch Real Housewives and all that other stuff. Excuse me. Start sharing those links so y'all could be watching the real communities of the US instead of Real Housewives of Atlanta and shit. The real communities of community building of the US. This is here. This is grassroots. This ain't no joke, no play. We don't censor anybody. We bring you up and we give you an opportunity to shine and be who you are within this ecosystem. So
no censorship.
No censorship. So just come on and let's get what it is. And just a little quick shout out. I'm glad that we were able to give B9 also a bit of a platform to be able to speak, because like I say, when you're not just the 7th, 8th, or 9th box on the screen, initially, you get an opportunity to flow your flow. So, you know what I mean? Thanks for coming through, and sharing that information with the family.
What's good? What's good, everybody? Can y'all hear me?
Shout out. Thank you for the shout out.
Hey, hold on.
The young Tupac.
One more before I introduce the fourth horsemen. All jokes aside, the following content may be identified as offensive and/or sensitive topic to some audiences. No bullying will be tolerated. As always, please seek help from a health professional. So with that being said, we are going to start. Hold on, let me move everybody around with who they want to be around. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me put Terry by Daryl, right? They go to Smile. Y'all two stay on the bottom because y'all married and y'all happily married, so y'all stay right there. Who else is happily married on this side? Hold on, let me move you here because you happy. Oh, he's happily married too. Bina, are you happily married?
Yeah, you take me down, buddy. I'm happily married.
Are you happily married?
Yes.
Okay, so you're on that side of the fence. Maya's happily married. Will's happily married. Damn. Hey, Chef, I can't move. There's no room on the happily married side, so you with us for 1 minute. Just bear with us, all right? Okay. So, with that being said, we are going to talk about interracial relationships. And we're going to talk about the context of interracial relationships. We're going to talk about how it helps our community of Black people, white people, Asian people, or just our community garden. Our community garden is also referred to as our chat group, which consists of flowers, women, and rocks, men. So I'm going to put some stats up because you know I like to put stats up. I just don't like to be spitting stuff out my ass. I just want to make sure that we have data-driven solutions, right? Or we could tell me the data that I'm giving you is bullshit. But I want you to really focus on what I'm going to put up in regards to interracial dating. All right. So the first data we're going to have is, should I give you something historical? Yeah, let me give you something historical first. I wish Rico was here, but I had to put him down for a little bit. He's gonna come back. Please come back, Rico. The room's open up. Who would like to read this real quick? Real quick. E Black, do me a favor.
All right. June 12, 1967, the Supreme Court declares that laws banning interracial marriage are unconstitutional. Loving versus Virginia. Mildred Jeter and her childhood sweetheart, Richard Loving.
Right. Okay. Okay, I brought that up because I'm letting you know not too long ago, 1962, interracial marriages wasn't the move at all. At all. So I just want to put that out there. It wasn't too long ago. Let's get some historical context. I know Darrell loves this. We're gonna get some historical context to this. Because when we talk, we want to talk for real, and it's gonna get spicy because I'm gonna ask a lot of questions. It's gonna be historical questions also. Who's better, white man or black man, Asian woman, Spanish woman? But we get there later down the line, right? Hold on, bear with me. No, I don't want this. I don't want that. Where is it? Where is it?
Come on, Grandpa.
I know. I'm trying, but I didn't put it in order for some reason, and I tend to get this like last minute, but it's all right. At least I'm getting it. Hold on, interracial dating. Sorry for that. I apologize. Come on, E Black. Let me know what you think about this.
I mean, oh snap!
Can you read it?
Yeah. I'm not reading all that. Hold on.
No, it's not a lot. Come on. 19% of new marriages in U.S. now involve spouses from different ethnic or racial groups, up from 11% in 2000. The most common interracial marriages in the U.S. is Asian American female married to a white American male. This is followed by the white American female married to a black American male. Yay! I know Daryl's like, what the fuck? Right? That's ow. Ow. An analysis conducted a decade ago found that 10 years after they married, interracial couples had a 41% chance of separation or divorce, compared with 31% chance among couples who are married within their own race. Okay.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, you are funny. All right. So with that being said, we got a little data in regards to this. So we seen that when you marry in your race, you have a better chance of not getting divorced or separated. I don't know why this won't let me go down. All right, there you go. Last one, I apologize, y'all. This one's a good one too. Last one, here we go. And it's up. The number of Americans identified as non-Hispanic or more than one race jumped to 13.5 million from 6 million. The number of Hispanic Americans who identify as multiracial grew to 20.3 million from 3 million. In all, the two groups are now represent about 10% of the population. Among newlywed Hispanic people who are born in the United States, about 39% marry someone who is not Hispanic. Wow. Shout out to the Boricuas and the Dominicanas. Thank y'all. And the Mexicans and everybody else. Research Center from Asian people, the number is about the same. All right, so now we have some information. Now we can have some dialogue. So everybody, how do you feel about interracial relationships and their effects on our community, and are they worth it? Are they a matter of the heart? Are they something that's dealt with proximity? Because you're in a certain area, you have no choice but to marry someone out your race, or because you're in a certain career, it's not a lot of people like you there, or is it something basically that deals with self-hatred? Let's talk.
I'm gonna fall back on this one for a minute just because of some of the resonant texture to it. I'm gonna jump in, but I'm gonna let some of the folks say their thing first. So hold it down.
Let's talk about it, brother. Karen, you was waiting for a while. Would you like to start it off, brother?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, sir.
I think it depends on the situation. I think to use a blanket statement for everyone who dates interracially, I think that's irresponsible. You have to look at each person. There's some people that been wanting to date interracially since they were young, and some people are pushed into dating interracially, like you said, because of the proximity. There's really nobody else. When they get to college, there is no other black women or black men around. And then some of them get rejected, especially the men. We get rejected by a lot of black women. So we just say, hey, these people over here giving me love. Why am I going to keep getting rejected by black women when I could go over here and get love? So it depends on the situation, I think. I don't think it's I think the self-hate part is very rare. That's not in all situations. It's a small percentage of the people that actually date interracially. Because most people, when you really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, they just want to be loved by whoever's going to love them the way they want to be loved. And they don't care what race they are. Most people are like that, in my opinion.
You don't think it's some type of fetish?
For some people it is. But I'm saying that to say that for everybody, no, that's you have to qualify. You got to go by case basis.
There's a lot of brothers that like snow bunnies. They'll treat them better than a black woman.
I don't know. He just gave you some figures. I can give you some figures because I did a show last night with figures. 85% of black men are married to black women. 93% of black women are married to black men. So most black men are marrying black women. Most black women are marrying black men. Now I know they're saying all of this different stuff, but this is from the Census Bureau, 2017 Census Bureau.
That's a fact.
That is a fact. You can go look it up right now.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. Go to blackdemographics.com and look it up. The source is the U.S. Census Bureau.
He's not lying.
Okay, so you can look that up.
May I ask, is it because of proximity?
Sometimes, right? Sometimes you go away to college, right? You grew up in the hood. Ask Brother Dale. You grow up in the hood, and then you get sent to a college that's mostly just white people, right? You can see the other black person a mile down down at the hall somewhere, right? And so there's nobody else but other races of people around. And then you start dating them because you're just closer to them, right? They're just right there, and you can date. I think it's a blanket statement, to me, that's not being accurate. That you're going to get some of the people, but that's not everybody. And most people is a case-by-case basis. Now we're going to go over the effect of what's the effect of it. It depends on it's just like when you're dating somebody of the same race. It depends on the person, the character of the person you date. If that person got bad character, I don't care what color they are, it's going to have a negative effect. If that person has a better character, you got a better chance of having the relationship work. It's an added stress for having two different cultures trying to meet in the house, but you got a better chance when the characters, there's enough humility in both people to make adjustments to make it work.
Right.
That's my opinion.
Okay. Darrell, what do you think, brother?
I think that can y'all hear me clearly? Just make sure.
Super clear. You know you got this expensive mic. We love it.
My guys. Listen, I think that all of everything can be true, right? Somebody could love a person of a different race, of a different culture. That could be true. We can have people who want to enjoy people of different cultures but not commit to them because they can't be seen in public with that culture, it's kind of like what Terry was talking about yesterday. I'm not trying to talk for Miss Terry, but if you go back and rewind the tape, she was saying that certain people in her culture is just if you caught with a black man, you will be looked as less than. Doesn't mean that you might not fall in love with one. Doesn't mean that you might not ever make love to one. But as far as accepting them to your culture, that might not be something that it might not be possible for that person, right? So that's why I go into interracial dating. For me, I've always been against it. I've always been against it because a lot of different people, you never really know their true information. Sorry, I've been against it unless you know this person, right? Get to know this person. Get to know who you're dealing with. Because when I went to Central Michigan, yes, there was a lot of snow bunnies, white girls, whatever you want to call them. But a lot of them wasn't really interested in really dating me for just actually me. Maybe they wanted, like, I'm not trying to get too provocative here, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Like they wanted me for the same reasons that I'm sexualized and the same reasons that they're sexualized, right? White girls got the deepest throats, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all heard these different things before, right? And plus we young and in college, we don't got nobody to really to police us sexually on these different things. And there was a lot of different interracial relationships, but I dare say a lot of white guys dated white girls because of the kind of like the imagery that's associated with different cultures. And that's why I think E Black brought up with fetishes, right? People go into different cultures and they have these different stuff all the time, right? I'm not trying to bring up certain attorneys down in Atlanta, but they was talking about how in Atlanta they got something called a bull, right? Where you can buy a black man with a you know what I'm saying, hanging. He got a third arm.
Wait. I live in Atlanta. I live in Atlanta. I got to reject that. We had a whole conversation about that. Bull is something that don't come from here. That
I get it. But I'm saying,
yeah,
but like, that's what they call it. That's how they reference it. Like we understand the
What club
educational
he go to?
No, I don't go to it. Fuck, I'm just gonna say that was the lead attorney. That's what he said. I got to stand on it. Fuck it. I tried to be discreet, but in the conversation, that's what he was saying. That and cultures down there, they have people who go out and they buy these different people just for the experience, right? They don't actually want to be with them. Being with them mean that you have to like take on their culture, take on their beliefs, right? And really fall behind that. And if you can't fall behind that, then how can you ever have a real relationship? So that's why, like, to me, I've dated women that weren't black before. I've dated and I've had sex with women who weren't black before. But I'll give y'all a real story before I let somebody else speak. There was I'm not gonna put her name out there, but there was a young lady that I was dating that wasn't black, having sex all the time, going crazy, right? She in the dorms, going stupid, going crazy. You know what she told me? She said, I couldn't really be in a relationship with you because my father would never accept the fact that you was black. I said, damn, we both STEM majors. She was like, it don't matter. Well, damn, we both go to Central Michigan. Don't matter. So let me be honest. You cool with doing all this different stuff with me, but you still gonna like honor your father, honor the culture. She said, like, yes. And she was dead ass serious. So for me, I look at it the same way, and maybe my experiences have guided me in that direction, right? But it'd be real hard for me to really commit to somebody who wasn't black unless they really committed to supporting what I'm about to be doing out here. And if you can't really support that, and I don't mean support it through your through your lips, you can keep that to yourself. I need to see your actions. What are you gonna be doing beside me? Besides just saying I support you. I need to see I need to see everything you saying in actions. And because of that, I tend to think that women are attractive in other cultures, tend to want to spend time with them even sometimes, right? Enjoy conversations, et cetera, et cetera. But finding myself actually wanting to commit, I haven't reached that point yet. I haven't met nobody who's helped me reach that point yet. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, so that's dope. So, but hold, so you know what's crazy? In my opinion, I just think that that we have these fetishes. Most people, they want to try certain things and then they get addicted to it. Me, I never had a fetish, right? That wasn't my thing. I wasn't trying to try out. I'm not gonna lie. When I worked, it took me to go to undergrad to get head from a white girl. I never had a head from a white girl before undergrad, right? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna keep it funky with you.
No doubt.
That's not a good. That myth of that they get better head is a lie.
No doubt. Yeah,
For me.
I completely disagree too.
Right. So for me, interracial dating became not about fetishes, but it became about shared values. Shared values, right? That's what it's about. It's about shared values.
Same thing. You gotta have the same energy as me, the same principles as me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The skin color and all that different stuff, I can look past. I'm just saying, in my experiences, usually the people on their side, they can't look past it.
Right.
So it always put like a crutch, and it's like, damn, why would I waste 5 years to be crutched by somebody who I'm not even gonna be with? That's ridiculous.
Right. Do you think they use you as a fetish, being a black man on campus, to get their first, because I went through the same thing. I had a Russian Jew girl that helped me with my stats, but we would just have fun, but we never go outside. But then I had women that wanted to experience a black man, and we dated, but as it got more intense, they realized, I'm not sure if I want to go through this with you, right? But I think we looked at a little bit differently. I think black men who are in certain academic institutions look at us different. Even women of other cultures look at different blacks differently. They look at Africans. I consider myself African American, but because my last name and first name is African, they consider me African because both my parents are from Ghana, but I was born here. They look at me different. They look at the West Indian different. They look at the Black Americans different, and that goes with it. How does that play into interracial dating?
I think it plays a huge experience, and like my experience is. Sorry, I think it plays a huge part. My experience is different from other black men experiences. I have a cousin who's been happily married to a white woman his entire life. He's the exact opposite of me, right? That's why we don't talk. That's why we don't communicate, because our experience is just so different, and it's hard for me to understand certain stuff that he understands. However, he grew up in that environment. He grew up where in his school, being a black person was you was a minority, genuinely. Like, you was one of the only few like black people there, right? So when you're surrounded by nothing but white women, and then you come into a space where that's like, you throw a dude who only been dating white women from fucking Idaho, and then you throw him into Nigeria and expect him to be able to court those women the same. I just feel like he gonna have a hard problem, right? And unless he's a certain type of dude like me. I'm just, but at the end of the day, I don't know, man. I just feel like it's not really for me. Like I said, have I tried it before? More than once, and I'm speaking from experience on this one. But I'm not here to say that if I met a woman who was Asian, Lebanese, whatever it might be, if that person can convince me, then maybe. But it's so embedded in me. It was taught black is beautiful. I have a preference. I like dark-skinned women, chocolate women, melanated women. When the sun hit them, you can see it's like watching gold. You know what I mean? It's something different there, and I like that. And for me, that's all I'm really interested in. Genuinely, like I see something else I might see Dre or something. I'm like, damn, she a bad bitch, but
whoa,
my bad.
Whoa, Kimosabi, leave that word in the lobby.
Right. She bad, but I'm still gonna look at like the melanated women first.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
King and Daryl.
Right.
So you say it's about having the same cultural, the same values. You didn't say cultural values, but the same values.
Right.
So how can you have the same values with someone that does not look like you, and they're going to see beauty in what they look like? So, for example, if you with an Asian woman, your children are still going to come out looking black.
Absolutely.
And can you say that she's going to be able to teach your daughter the beauty of being a black woman?
I won't be able to say that, and that was part of the problem that I've always had. You know what I mean? So yeah, I kind of agree with you on that point. So no, that's why I would have to vet that person like to a T.
Right.
Because if I had a black daughter and she didn't understand what it felt like to be black, what it felt like to be biracial, even, she might be in an unfair position to even give that advice. Maybe she can give the best advice she can, and I give her credit for that. But she might, that's like me having a baby, but not me, because my kid would come out black. That's like me adopting a white kid and trying to, tell him how it feels to be in his shoes. I can't really do that. I'm at an unfair advantage.
Well, see, women, and the thing about little girls though, they see beauty in their mothers, so they're going to. It doesn't even matter. Like, they're going to see, that's my mother. I think she's beautiful. I want to look like her.
Right.
I mean, I see that even in my. I have a cousin who's married to a white woman, and their daughters look very much. He's extremely melanated, so their daughters look very much. I mean, one of his daughters, she looks like me.
Right.
And but they're giving white dolls, and as a mother, as a woman, the kids are more likely going to be around her family and her friends who look like her.
Right.
So it's going to be hard for you to even just psychologically, it's going to be hard for them to look at that other person and say, oh, well, I'm beautiful even though I look nothing like my mother, or complexion wise.
I mean, I definitely agree. That's where the struggle comes in. But that's why I think the men who are in that situation, I want to believe that they have vetted the women that they're with to know that they're strong enough to do something like that. I just haven't been able to meet anybody like that, probably because I haven't been trying. So that's you know what I mean.
Well, I want to say one thing. With me, I believe, because I'm from the Edway tribe. So for me, it's a community of women that raise a woman. So even if I have a woman that's Asian or a woman that's Spanish or Latina or white, she's gonna be with the community of women in my family. So it's not just the mother. She's gonna be with the community. So I don't know if I could raise a child with just the mother. It has to be a community thing for me, right? And so
yeah,
then she has to.
But the pushback is still that mother.
Hold on. She has to know the language. She has to know the culture. It's not that she's just going to be there. She has to know the culture, right? And she has to get approved by my family. So it's not just. And a lot of black women I bring home, they're not getting approved. They're not getting approved. And I don't know if you're talking about race or color, because if that's the case, then if I had a light-skinned black woman. If I was in light skin, is she gonna think a light-skinned black woman is attractive? Based on what you just said.
Well, it's gonna be more than likely they're still going to see themselves, even if she is, because that's just a shade. You're talking about features. You're talking about hair.
I'm talking about values.
Right. I understand values, but I'm saying psychologically, when she looks at her mother, that's who she's going to deem as beautiful. Like, my mother is beautiful. I want to look like her, and that's going to do something psychologically to you.
And I agree with that, because what happens is I have my niece, and it's not, you can't. I don't know what it is, but Latinas and Asian women love me. I don't know what it is. So, but when I brought them around my niece, I could see, like, I wasn't shown. They was looking at me like, Uncle, how do you call us beautiful, but you always with Asian and Latina? So I get what you're saying, but what can I do if I'm an Asian and a Latino magnet? I can't do nothing about it. Black women don't like me.
What do you mean?
No, they like me, but they always want to change me. See, when I get with my Latinas and Asian women, they accept me for who I am. Can you find me a black woman that accepts me for who I am? Please, Maya. Thank you, Colette. Go ahead, Colette.
We have to have a whole show on just that.
Because I don't know what it is. Every time I either get an Asian, Latina, or I get a mixed girl, and I don't know what it is. I'm thinking, like, what's going on? Why doesn't a beautiful chocolate woman want to be with me? I don't know.
Stay tuned for the next season. The new show will be called King Fix My Life. Please.
So Terry, go ahead.
Can I chime in on this right now, you guys? She has a valid point, but also I want you to consider this part. When non-black women get relationship and have a commitment with the black man, she had to consider the risk of raising a black child. that comes with racial injustice, the stigma, and so forth that we all know. So if she's committed to that, then I'm sure she's committing to raise the child as best she can. If she's ready to fight. What's a second? Sorry.
Run! Run!
We had smoke detectors one day. I told Marcella, I was like, Marcella, we need a no tweet warning.
What did I just hear?
You thought it was Croy for a minute.
I didn't.
Sorry,
Okay.
holding a water for tea. Sorry.
Being black. I had no idea that those things were associated with being black. You've taught me something new, Miss Turd. I didn't know that we had these attachments, attached to our cart.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Would you repeat that again?
Yeah, I'm commenting off what you said about when a woman accepts a black man, she's accepting all of this derogatory stuff that comes along with raising a black child, as you put it.
Yes.
When did we make these parallels?
Not you as per se. But we live in America, aren't we? Don't we have conflicts with the racial issues, racial injustice, police brutality? I mean, these are our facts.
Right. Now, in the same breath, from
Wait, hold on, one at a time. One at a time. So let her finish, and then you go B9 rebuttal. Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's all right. So it is already a very sensitive issue in the United States. So when non-black woman is committed to join as a family for her man, who is a black, then she's committed to fight that struggle with you. If she's not, she will say no, she will not commit to relationship. That is through my experience, where some of my single friends who dated certain black guys and who are nice, educated and everything, and when it comes to the serious questions, they do invest a lot of time into that. So for as Maya raised the concern about the imagery of a difference when there is a mixed child, it is a valid point. But same token, there is a woman who's willing to commit her life with a man, with his culture, and possibly bearing the next generation that consider as a black. She's also taking that risk as well in this country.
I agree with Terry entirely.
I agree with that too.
I definitely agree.
I want to ask, what's the risk?
Yeah, exactly. When did risk just get automatically attached? Jenny Ma is marrying Young Jeezy, and I don't see her having any extra risk of her marrying a black man.
What?
I don't see.
No, let me finish. Let me follow up after B9.
Yeah, let me finish. It's B9. B9. Let B9 finish. Sorry, B9.
Yeah. So I have a very easy example that just refutes your statement right there. And then with Miss Jenny Ma already being married, not wanting to give her other husband a child, but being so willing to give Young Jeezy a child immediately, only shows that she got a security and a comfortability there that she never had in any other situation. So versus looking at it as risk, she actually got the comfortability of reward and got to now be in her natural feminine self and do the natural feminine thing that God put her on this earth to do by making her a woman and giving her the ability to have a child. And she finally, through being comfortable in the situation, made that choice of her own free will to say, hey, I will now be used as the vessel that God created me for, because this is what I want to do, because this black man makes me feel comfortable.
But
If
you're
you, all right,
Congolese.
can I, I'm sorry, Colette,
Go
and
ahead,
this is
Chef.
no disrespect.
Yeah.
I have to do two things. First, I want to just ask a simple yes or no question, right? Normally I spin people around the wheel. B9, yes or no? Do you feel the black man or the black people are somewhat an oppressed people or more oppressed than others? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. So now I make more of a statement when I say this. Then if that's the case, if the lady is Scandinavian, Asian, Chinese, Korean, Indonesian, Portuguese, Brazilian, if they are going to allow a black child to pass through their canal, and they are going to birth that child into this world, how can you not understand somebody stating they have the same fears and concerns and worries as you?
Let me answer
that. Is the piece. Hold on a second. You got, for me, I think that sometimes we have a tendency to look at other people when they speak to issues that involve us. But to some degree, if we pull out to a macro level, it's not really just us. That us includes them. She's stating that if a black child is going to come through her birth canal, what inherently what you're stating is that she is not allowed to have the same worries about what's going to impact that black child as a black woman that has that child pass through the birth canal. Good hair don't mean shit no more. Light skin don't mean shit no more. You got dark skinned people with green eyes. You got light skin. All of that doesn't mean that passing and brown bag shit, that doesn't mean anything anymore. So what I'm stating is that I started off with a question, family, right? And I'm talking just out of passion. I'm a Haitian dude, so sometimes it looks like we're fighting. I'm speaking to your heart and your mind right now. All I'm stating is that I want you to think about this, fam. She's stating that if she had a black child, she would have worries. So does that mean that she shouldn't have that feeling? Or does that show that she has a distinct reverence, respect, understanding for what's taking place to our black men and our black children? And in her birthing a black man / black child, black woman, she understands what they're going to come up against. And even her being from another race may actually work as an ally to circumvent some of the obstacles that those children are coming up with. I don't think there's anything wrong with her being worried. Because if I'm worried, if you worry, if Colette's worried, Mayat's worried, then hell yeah, she still has to be worried. Because guess what? She's not. It's a different worry. Us, we worry for the other race. She's going to worry for the other race as well as potentially her race that may not rock with us because of some of the inherent things. So she may be carrying a double burden, family. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I look for the light within the darkness. I look for the love within the hatred. Sometimes I believe the greater the hatred just means the greater the love, right? So what you think about that, my dude?
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Hold on. Colette was up next.
Sorry, Colette. I apologize.
Well, I was gonna say what B9 was saying. When he went to the example of Jeannie Mai, I think he was convoluting two different things in saying race of why Jeannie Mai chose Jeezy, as opposed to him being more of a husband type material in providing the things that she needed to support her, to make her feel safe, and in resting in her femininity. That had nothing to do with his race. So I just wanted to say that those were two different things you were trying to put together, and it's not. And the other thing I want to say is, actually, King and I has something in common when he says, growing up for me in my household, first of all, if you look at my household, my mom, and I just talked about this, but my mom looks nothing like me. She's super light. My sister is Indian and she's light. So we look nothing alike. But in our household, my mom grew me. She took out time specifically to say that I'm beautiful because
Right.
she knew that I was dark. And because of my culture, there is colorism, right? So she knew that she had to put in extra time into me to say that you're beautiful, you're beautiful. Family and friends did that. So when we say that different, if the white women have a child with the different races come together and have a child, right? That's what they will have to put into that child. I understand the child will not see her mom per se look like her, but if that mom continues to put into that child that you are beautiful or you're black or you are mixed, it starts within the household. So it has to start within the household, within the circle. So I understand what Matt Speaks was saying, that yes, we are the first teachers of our young girls. But I could say from experience, I know the culture is different. But from experience, looking wise, my mom does not look like me. My brothers and sisters does not look like me. And when I go outside, for some reason, just like King, it was like I couldn't get black brothers to want to holler at me. It was the Italians, the Russians, the whites, you name it, that was appreciating me, right? And the other example I would say is actually my high school sweetheart
Turn the
that I
lights
was
up.
with
Turn the lights up.
for 5 years. He was a white person. If he wasn't white, it could have been a black person. I still would have been with him the same way. So I say all that to say is that it starts within the home, right? And then we also have to recognize that our little black boys are also not being told they are beautiful, they are handsome as well, right? So they are not getting that love too. We forget about that. We're thinking about the little, black girls and stuff like that. But maybe a reason why some of the black men are going outside of the race or not looking towards black girls as much is because inside the home, they're not being told their worth or how handsome they
Yo,
are.
this is the honest truth. I swear on everything I love. The first woman to ever call me a god was an Icelandic blonde-headed, blue-eyed woman. How about
Wait,
that?
in what context? In what context?
No, in the context of me it being intimate. I never before that I never had a black woman call me God or anything else. After that, hold on. Let me finish. See, Mayat, I'm going to hit triggers in Mayat. I'm going to hit triggers, Mayat. This was made for you. I'm going to hit some triggers. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed Icelandic chick. I can't even spell her name. Called me God before my own sisters did. My sister used to, my own black woman queens, they used to like me, but they never gave me a title of like, wow, you are it, until I started saying I was it.
Wait.
I had a Latino woman call me Lord. I had people call me. They never gave me that until I told them I'm king. That's what my name means. God is king. God is here. Then they say, okay, I'll call you that. But nobody, I'm just so personal experience. I'm not saying every black woman because I don't know every black woman. I'm talking about my personal experience. They gave me something. I'm like, wow. And maybe where I was at, maybe because I was in Brownsville, Brooklyn, maybe they didn't know how to show positive reinforcement through words. Maybe not. Maybe.
Well, what we see from going to church and being indoctrinated,
Right.
we see white people. That's what most black people see
I
here in
don't
America.
worship a white Jesus. That's why I fuck with you, Maya. I don't worship a white Jesus. I rest with you on that.
Right, but just like that, Professor Small said, he said I hadn't worshipped white Jesus in over 30 years, but when I close my eyes and somebody says Jesus, what do you see? You still see that image, no matter how far detached you from it, you are from it. You still see that. You still see that white image. The first thought that comes to your mind when you say Jesus, you see that long hair, hippie looking guy. That's what you're seeing. So the thing is like we as Black people, have been indoctrinated for years. So it makes sense for us not to. I mean, I didn't call any Black man God until 5 years ago.
Like,
So
I
go ahead.
definitely agree with you, Mayette, that media plays a role in how media has a direct correlation with self-esteem, right? And media correlation with self-esteem comes from representation, right? How we are represented. Again, for me, yes, I've seen white women everywhere, but I still was like, damn, Kelly Rowland, damn, Serena Williams, who also happens to be the greatest athlete of all time. Different conversation. But
Darrell, let me ask you this. What you're saying is powerful, right? But to be honest, do you see a lot of Black men saying what you're saying? Be honest.
like, do I see them actually wanting to be with these women, dark women, Black women?
Black
Yes,
women have
yes, Colette. That's how we have that statistic. I think it was B9 or somebody said, or no, Brother Clarence gave us that statistic about the Black men marrying Black women. So I do see it.
85%.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I think that what we see on a microscopic level, right, when before we actually peel the layers back, is we see a lot of broken men who not really fit to be in relationships. I'm sorry, let me not use the word broken, but something is going on where they're not fit right now to be in a relationship. The men that I know that date other races, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. They just want some, they want some nani. They're not with those women, to really build like a family with. Most of those Black men would say, my mom would never be happy if I brought this woman home. Just like the woman told me that her father wouldn't be happy if she brought me home. So I think that to answer your question directly, yes. I mean, here I am. There's a plethora of beautiful Black women. When I say a plethora, like there's no, the only reason why you would need to be going to another race is just simply because of your heart. You met somebody who was genuine, et cetera, et cetera. It wouldn't be because, there's not enough Black women for you, like, to really fuck with. Where I'm at, it's the opposite. Yeah, I don't want to get too R-rated here, but I'm just saying where I'm at, it's the complete opposite.
But Darrell, when you said that, yes, you
After
do see
Coletta,
it.
we're gonna have Willie Dean. Okay.
Darrell, when you say that you do see
I'm
it,
sorry.
I
Can
understand.
you make space? Because we have to make space for other people that want to come up.
Yeah, you said me.
No, I'm talking about E Black.
We'll talk to E Black.
Yeah.
Okay. Darrell and Mr. Brother Clarence, when you said that you do see it based on the statistics, yes, you're correct. But you said something also that was powerful. You said that media has a lot to do with it, and I'm talking about that part. Do you see that the words that you're saying and the amplifying of Black women, of you saying how much love there is for Black women, do you see that amplified in the media?
No.
Because it starts there.
And in today's media, no, absolutely. I thought you were talking about in like my personal circles and stuff, but no, in the media,
No.
absolutely not. To answer
Exactly.
That's on purpose, though.
absolutely not.
Exactly.
But we don't. But the people that run in the media, their purpose is not to get us together,
Right.
to have us raise good
Turn the
families.
lights up. Turn the lights
That's not
up.
their purpose. Their purpose is to get us to go buy fast food and other things they're trying to sell us. And so, if they have us together, thinking on the same level, on the same plane, we're going to say, "Why are we going to McDonald's every day?" See, but right now, the whole goal is to, because we're the biggest consumers in the United States. We use almost all of our income, not only just our free income, but all of our income to try to look like we're rich, and then we live in like we live in check to check, but we buy all these big cars and big houses and everything, trying to look rich. So that's the goal of the people. That's the goal of these people in the media, is to sell us a dream, sell us this big dream, keep us paying all this money, and we won't see what's going on behind the scenes, where we've been our families have been torn apart. In the 60s, 80% of Black women were married.
Right.
Let's go to 2000s. The 2000s, I think the stat was like 28% of Black women are married.
Right.
What happened between then and now? A lot. But one of the things that happened was the consumerism went through the roof. And that's where a lot of it is getting. So the people that's giving us this media, they don't want us to get together. They just want to put us on a path, either jail, consumerism, or having us support their system. It's one of them three, and we're not going to be able to support ourselves watching their programming. If you look now, they got Ghost, Kanan, Big Meech. I mean, you can't find a good, strong Black man on the TV nowhere.
No more Cosby shows. No more. They took him off, right?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Hey, hold on real quick, King. Let me jump in real quick on this one, big dog.
Okay, you can, but we got tie it in with interracial relationships, please.
Yes, I will definitely tie it in with interracial relationships. The point of what Brother Clarence said, though, is 100% true, because when you separate the Black woman from the Black man, now you get 110% of the Black woman's dollar, because she's always going to want to have the best hair, the best nails, the best this, the best that. And when the sisterhood is the only real judge, jury, and executioner of this, and the men aren't in the mix, no money is being saved. No legacy is being built. That is the whole issue of this right here. What Brother Clarence just said. And going back to what you just said, King and Chef, about the interracial thing, we don't even understand from an educational standpoint, most of us, what melanin even is.
Fact.
We don't even understand from an educational standpoint where most of our melanin in our bodies are stored.
Absolutely. I get it. But here we go. Here we go. Check this out. And we're going to switch I'm going to get spicy. So get ready. And I'm going to have to remove one person from here soon, because there's really a line outside. They're trying to get into the club. They're trying to get a club. They don't want to buy no bottles, but they're trying to get to the club. Listen.
I'll go. It's okay.
Paulette, I want you to stay.
Well, I'll drop off, man. I'll drop
spicy.
off.
No. Hold on. Check it out. And you need to stay for this question, Brother OG Clarence. I need you to stay for this question.
Thank you, my brother.
We all militant, right? So wouldn't it be a better war strategy for us to integrate with other races so their child will be considered Black?
That's their strategy.
Hold on. Wouldn't that be the smart? Because in war, after they kill the nation, what they do? They slept with the woman so their child could be aligned with the nation. So wouldn't interracial dating be a tactical strategy for the Black race? Yes or no?
Their strategy.
If we wanted to go super dark, yeah.
One at a time. Hold on. One at a time.
Okay, mathematically, yes, it would be a better strategy, because dark is dominant and light is recessive. So we are the dominant race, and so it doesn't matter who we sleep with, they're gonna turn out Black. And so everybody else knows that. That's why when Terry was saying what she was saying, you're going to get pushback if you're not Black and you start dating Black people, because the father is going to realize, there goes my bloodline. This Black dude is going to cut my bloodline off, or this Black woman's going to cut my bloodline off. I don't want that to happen. You can go out and have fun with this person, but don't try to marry them. Don't do that. Don't have no babies with them. And that's true. And I'm just being real, and she know I'm being real. I'm just being real. That's the conversation they have in the house when you're not there, right? So that's mathematically we're going to come out on top no matter who we have babies with. That's why
can I
they
jump
are
in?
saying
Can
to
I
them,
please jump in?
Yeah, let him finish
please,
first.
Queen Mac, please.
Let him you ready? You done, brother Clarence?
Yeah, I'll let Queen Mac. I made my point.
All right, thank you. So we're gonna put you down for a little bit so we can write somebody up.
Man. Go ahead.
Thank you,
guys
brother.
for listening.
But thank you, brother, so much.
Hey,
All right.
thanks, Clarence, for showing up, man.
Thank you, brother. He's a real one. He's a real soldier.
Yeah.
He's a real general. He's a real. So, brother Clarence, please put your thing up so we can post it up, please. Please.
Yeah, put it in a private chat.
Put it in private chat so you can post it up, please.
Okay, so Dr. Francis Cresswelling tells us in the ISIS papers about genetic annihilation. So there are not enough white kids, white babies being born. So they know that they have to put their seed, that white seed, into a black woman in order to continue their bloodline. You see Tamara's babies, how they are losing, and if they choose to be with another white person, they're going to completely that sports chick, I don't remember her name, but she was talking crazy about black men, and she's with her kids are losing their melanin, and so you continue that, then they're going to end up being white. And so then I think even her, she said, why did
Ray
Barack
Chicago
Obama
come back? I'm sorry.
she asked why Barack Obama put black on his birth certificate, because he is of mixed race, and why does he identify as black if he had a white mother, and that's who he was around all of the time. So we have to understand that they're using that tactic. They're in charge of the media. They're in charge of what we see. They are programming us. And so we're either, and honestly, like, this is how I feel, we're either going to be about like continuing our communities, because we are at the bottom as of right now. So we either have to be proactive.
I'm going to put somebody up. I just need one new person. Give me 1 second, brother. 1 second.
So we either have to be proactive in what we're doing, because the people that be are concerned about their whiteness being annihilated.
Okay, so what happened to this thing called love? What happened to love when it comes to interracial relationships? And also, let me ask you a question. What happened to the fact that there are stigmas that might be true? Do y'all want me to get spicy or not? Do y'all want me to get spicy or not?
What stigmas are you talking
Why
Do
you
y'all want
holding
me to
out?
get spicy or not? Do y'all want me to get spicy? Because I can get spicy. Okay,
Yeah, go ahead and speak on it.
What about the stigma that Latina lovers are great lovers in bed? What about the stigma that Asian women are the best nurturers when it comes to being submissive to the men? What about the stigma that black men are fucking well endowed? What about the stigma that Asian men might not be well endowed? What about the stigma that white men, now all white might not be well endowed? What about the stigma that some white men might date other men? What about the stigma that black men are naturally hunters and protectors, so they gravitate to us, but they don't want to be with us? What about all these stigmas that take place with interracial relationships? What about those stigmas?
I mean, that comes from people's personal experience. So can we say that the totality of all black men are well endowed?
No,
can
I didn't say
that all Asian
don't,
women are the best nurturers? Can we say that?
We don't say absolutes. I don't do absolutes. I just do out there. I just do it out there.
Right.
Right. I just do it out there.
I think that
Sorry.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, thank you, Terry. I think that one of the big problems is we don't spend enough time with each other. We don't. That's why I use the word vetting, getting to know somebody. Once you get to know them, y'all can share experiences. But King, right? And I tried to throw that out without really going there, right? But it's true. You will have different women, and anybody who's non-black can speak to this. Unfortunately, we just have Lady Terry here right now to speak to it, but there's plenty of women that's not black that will easily say, yes, white men can provide better. They have more resources. And I've heard this personally, right? You can't have the black community teaching black kids that you have to work twice as hard to get half as much, because what you also teaching them, is that they're gonna end up with half as much. That's, you know, nobody want to end up with half as much. They want somebody that can really provide. And, you know, for me, these are also stigmas that get passed down. The black man won't be able to provide for you. He's going to give you a child. He's going to walk out on you. He's going to be using drugs. He's going to cheat on you. He's not going to be faithful.
Turn the lights up.
Right. So all these different stigmas. He's not a good lover. He's not gentle. Right. You know, if he does make love to you, it's going to be brutal. It's not going to be gentle. He's incapable of that.
Am I brutal?
I'm just saying, like, that's a lot of the stigmas. Even and if he's an educated one, then he's like the Uncle Tom, right? The ones completely disassociated from his culture. So you're not really, you know, you as the outside woman, the other race, you're not even really having to deal with a black man like myself. You're dealing with like an American, somebody completely detached from black culture. I think it's just different shit out here for different situations. That's why I find myself completely attracted to black women because they understand me, right? And that's why, like, what King was saying about the white woman calling him God, I had the opposite experience, right? Like, I was always raised around black women, even like in family, women who I was romantically or intimately involved with. They always made me feel godly, right? And so because of that, in my own personal preferences, I just always looked at somebody who was black with good energy, right, that was exuding like black culture, right. That shit is sexy to me because that's where my views align.
You know what's crazy, that Darrell? There's two God 5% of temples in New York City. One in Harlem, and the other one is in Harlem. We call Mecca. The other one is Medina. We call Brooklyn Medina. That one is literally around the corner from my house. A black man called me God before a black woman did.
That's crazy.
A black man called me God before a black woman did. Black women didn't call me that. When they like me, maybe it's a New York thing. When they like you, they try to act like they don't like you. Man, I don't know. They try to devalue you so they can get you for cheap. But King doesn't come in a discount. How about that? I'm going to the highest bidder. I'm going to the highest person that give me the most compliments and positive reinforcement. That's who I'm going to. Whoever pours into me, I don't care what race or what creed, what culture, I'm going to the person that's pouring into me. I don't care how you look.
I support that.
A black man called me God before a black woman.
Hey, I want to say something from a macro perspective. I don't have any disagreement with anything any of y'all are saying, because y'all are talking from personal experiences. Y'all are talking about more stereotypical type things. That's always up for debate from now to the end of time. But what is not debatable are facts. And the fact of the matter is, like I was trying to say, melanin is dominant.
Yes.
And no different than human beings or gorillas. We all have albinos. And when we have these albinos, they make it their mission to get back to the melanin. They make it their mission to get back to their breed, back to their phylum, back to their race. So what's going on is way more mental than you all just thinking, okay, well, I chose to be here. I chose to be there. Subconsciously, all chickens have to come home to roost, number one. The second point that I want to make from a POW standpoint, Blacks have been on America for over 20,000 years. That is a fact. We have monuments from Omeshek, Mexico, to prove this.
Yes.
So for us to be Americans this long, and for Columbus to only have come from 1492, the real history is that he came over here looking for war. He knew we were here. He came over here looking for war, and when he conquered us, he made our women POWs, because when you conquer people, the first thing you do is you make their women your spoils. Look up Omeshek, look up Moore's history if you don't understand what I'm talking about.
Golly.
once you understand the real ramifications of what's going on, then you understand why Thomas Jefferson purposely married the black woman. That was who he was in love with. And he figured out socially, if I marry her half sister who is white, I can now be with the woman that I really love, this black woman whom he had scores of children with, but only had 3 children with his white wife.
You're talking Miss Henson.
Yeah, and it was more than just him loving one than the other. It was once again the melanin. The melanin is not a mistake that our great grandmothers and great grandfathers had 15, 25 children. When they had their own sharecropping, their kids were the labor. Name me a time in history where white people were having 20 kids at a time. They can't. They can't do what we do. And when we understand from an standpoint how powerful we are, we'll stop all this bullshitting around about thinking that it was about this or that or that or this. There's real knowledge that needs to be taken into consideration here. And the last point that I'm interracial thing, and the floor is y'all's again. Do your history on Jack Johnson and understand how many rules were changed in America, how many drug laws were attached just because a black man had enough game to get a white woman.
Hey, you know, good job, B9. You know, you talked a lot, and I'm gonna let Chicago B get her little voice.
God bless y'all.
No, you stay right here. You gonna have to stay right here.
B9, thank you so much, and I hope you have a new, you know, perspective of our show. You see, we come in respect. Thank you.
I never had a bad perspective of your show.
All love, brother. Thank you.
Hey, B9, catch Daryl. We gonna have to parlay, my guy.
Yeah,
hold on. Oh man,
I'm out of here. We having a good conversation. I'm not getting involved in that one.
Damn, I was about to lay something on him, man.
Yo,
B9,
Maricela, get on right now, please. Get on, Maricela.
All right, Chicago, you up?
Chicago B, how you doing? I don't know. You cut your hair. I don't know if you're going back. Are we still your man? Is black women still the black man? Please help us.
Of course we are. It's never changed. I don't even understand why that would even be a conversation. Didn't Clarence let you guys know that we dominate? Like, the stats is there. We always been sleeping with each other. It's like, has that ever changed? But like, the thing that I was thinking about was, I think a lot of time what Terry brought up was real, and I think a lot of people, some people got it, some people didn't. But let's be 100. You know, when you go to these other cultures, they want to stick together just as much as we do. That's the reason why this conversation happens with us, because we want to stick together, and they doing the exact same thing. I think a lot of times, in some cases, it's not necessarily that prominent. It's more of a religious thing than opposed to an ethnic thing. But if we go to certain areas where maybe their religion is not that strong, I'm gonna just speak for one, the Nation of Islam or Muslims. Sometimes they you know, if you Muslim, you're good. You know, that's kind of what they
Hold up, Chicago. Keep that thought. We about to pull up Maricela. She never came up before.
Oh my God.
Because she loves black men, and she has an interracial baby that's beautiful. I think she's the prettiest baby in the whole fucking world. I have a beautiful lady here too. Ariana, she's Dominican. She has her own page. She's a designer. She has children by a Nigerian and a Trinidadian. And you just Guyanese, and you just beautiful. So what we're gonna do is I came with reinforcements. Interracial marriages is it. Mayette, don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
I'm not saying anything.
First of all, I just want to say you do a great job in the chat room. Like, you're lit. That's all I really want to say. Like, I really wanted to make sure I give everybody their flowers, but since you're up here, like in the chat, you be on it.
Yes,
And I love
Maricela,
it.
yes.
You gotta get like,
Maricela the
come on, she
modest. What's
is
up?
like
Maricela, show your pretty
she's a
face, man.
dope
The illest
marinator. Like she's dope. She's amazing.
She's the best. She's the best moderator ever.
She's
Agreed.
amazing. So I gotta give her props for that. Like she's lit.
And she's very expensive. I pay her a lot of money.
I thought you was going. Okay, did you want me
You're
to
on,
finish?
you're on, no, you're on mute, Marcella. You're on
Maricela,
mute.
you're on mute. Maricela?
She probably still getting ready.
Probably.
Sheree.
But I also wanted, while I'm in the process of giving flowers, I had to say something to Colette. Like I followed you. I want to say it's probably been a month now, maybe a little over a month. And I'm gonna be honest with you because I like to be honest, right? I followed you strictly off of your energy. I have not watched the video, but what I will say is something about you is special. I don't know what it is. I can't call it. I can't pinpoint it. I can't express it. I don't know where it's coming from. All I know is something told me to subscribe strictly off of that. Haven't watched the video, clicked on one a little bit, ran into something I needed to do, didn't get the chance to finish, ain't been back, but for some reason, it's something about you that's making me want to stay. So I just wanted to give you flowers because I don't know. I just know there's something fantastic about you. And every time I see you, I smile. So I don't know what it is. I just had to give you those. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But yeah, but my point really was to just say, I mean, I think a lot of times, sometimes we're a little bit more lenient in the Black culture when it comes to dating other races because we are culturally in America, we are told that we're less than. So we're supposed to still think we're less than. So we're not supposed to stay together. Now, we're predominantly going to stay together anyway because, you know, you date who you next to in most cases anyway. And then the stats is letting us know, hey, we're dating each other. So in our minds, we're going to think it's not okay we're socially taught, and even in media, if you notice, a lot of times there's mixed races. Even you see it in commercials, there's mixed races, and it's I used to have an issue with it. I no longer have an issue with it because it's not like we don't date each other. So I'm like, that's just them messing with me, trying to get me to think something else, right? But we all know, ultimately, we all know you're gonna want to date somebody who looks like your mommy and daddy, or who acts like your mommy and daddy. So you're gonna date someone like your mommy and daddy. And if most of us are dating each other, that means each other look like our mommy and daddy. So we really don't have an issue, quote unquote. It's just some people still stuck on the mindset of how we used to think and how society used to be, how they pushed it so hard. I don't think they pushed the race thing as much as they used to, but how it used to be. And it just, I don't know. I think we love each other. I see nothing but love. So for me, when I see interracial couples, I just be like, okay, that's them. But baby, who I'm sleeping with don't look like him. Okay, that's all I know. That's all I care about. Okay, I don't have no problems finding me a Black man. Oh, okay,
Wait,
that's all I gotta say.
Chicago, you made a good point. I think the Black women that have issues with interracial datings, I think they have an issue getting Black men, period.
I think you're right, because
don't
even talking about
beat me
that
up,
too.
Maya.
No, I was just going to say that the Black men that I see who predominantly date, and especially white women, they're not men I would want to date. I'll just put it that way.
Let me ask a question to Ariane because I had a good point, and then Will goes. She said, and it was a good point. She said, if you have, because you have a Nigerian twins, you gave birth to Nigerian beautiful daughters. She said, if you are, can you repeat the question, Mac? I don't want to misphrase it. I mean, the statement you said, Maya, about if you're not
I love her name. If you're not what?
It's a pretty name, right? Yeah, it's a pretty name.
said that
It's
that might not be
my
the man for you.
It's my
Right.
Oh yeah. So it's a certain type. There's some black men who are, you know, attractive, you know, who are okay that, you know, you'd be like, oh, you'd be looking at him and be like, you know, he's dating outside his race. But for the most part, when you see certain black men dating outside their race, predominantly dating outside their race, is usually someone that black women, and I mean that's the issue. Black women have kind of deemed them as undateable. That's usually what has happened.
No,
So,
not that question. The question about if you give birth to black children,
oh,
your
okay.
daughter's not gonna identify with being beautiful because your daughters don't look like you. You know what I'm saying? She's saying because their first imagery of beauty
is their mother.
Is their mother.
That's how I feel about little Kim and her daughter.
Right.
I swear.
Yeah, but she's saying that because you're not black, she would never she would never really associate beauty with herself. So how do you feel about that? Because it was a valid point.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be completely transparent.
Turn the lights up. Turn the lights up. Sorry, I say that all the time.
I don't really straighten my hair around my daughters, in particularly because I remember one time she told me, "I want my hair is not pretty. I want my hair to be pretty like yours," and that really, really bothered me. Like when I tell you, it bothered me so much because you know my daughters, they're half Nigerian. I'm Dominican and Italian. My daughters are Nigerian, half Nigerian, and they have mixed hair. You know, so their hair is they have gorgeous hair because there's no such thing as nice hair and bad hair. It's just hair. You know, but society and society standards of beauty, my hair is what's considered good hair. So there are some underlying issues with the whole interracial things, I must admit.
You're brilliant.
And when I tell you, it bothered me so much that I literally did not straighten my hair for like a whole year. And I was just getting box braids and just trying to like, you know, do any hairstyle but the straight hair. Because every time I had straight hair, I don't know if look at the majority of our Barbies. Now they're making black Barbies. You know what I mean? When we grew up, they weren't any black Barbies. And when I tell you, as a mom of mixed kids, you can never buy my daughter a blonde hair, blue eye Barbie. I will throw that shit out. Everyone knows that. You need to buy them something that, you know, looks like how beautiful they are. So yes, I understand where you're coming from.
Let me ask you a
question. I can respect that. What I do see, it's kind of twofold. So I see that there's, and I'll say it's mostly with white. It's gonna be with white women.
Oh yeah.
They tend to try to get that child to look as much like them as possible because, in a sense, they still want their child. You want your children to look like you.
Correct.
So in a sense, they want their children to look like you. So the girl that my cousin married, she was constantly straightening, and I showed her how to do her hair, how to do her girl's hair, and they have like 3 girls, and I would show her how to do her hair, and she would just make excuses. So every chance she got, she was straightening their hair. And then on the other hand, she was giving them white dolls, and I'm telling you, like, these girls look like black little girls. They, you know, they don't. Like with one of them, you can't even really tell she's mixed.
Just like my daughters. My daughters, when you look at my daughters, they look more Nigerian than anything else.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, it's hard. Like I'm trying to get the right words.
Here's another question. Do you date exclusively like Dominican men?
No, I don't discriminate. No skin color, no ethnic background. That is non-existent to me. And I'm Palestinian and Dominican, born and raised in New York.
Wow.
So, you know, to me, that's BS.
Right. So Willie, we didn't hear from you the whole time. I'm sorry, E Black. I apologize.
No, it's good. Go ahead, Willie. Because the audience has actually been waiting for Willie Dane.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to chime in, but you know, I was just letting other people speak. it's real interesting all the perspectives that everybody was sharing. I'm not sure how many are in a interracial relationship, but in any case, there's a lot of factors that have an influence or kind of determine what your partner will be in life. The most important factors for me were finding somebody that aligned with my morals and values. Okay, for me, that was the number one importance. Now, my mother is the most beautiful woman that I've ever seen in life. You know what I'm saying? That's the person that birthed me. And my mother is black and my father is black. But but these are the things that I feel determine like why you choose your partner. Okay. The parental influence, whether they say, oh, don't date this person, stay away from this person. So your parents have a heavy influence on that. And sometimes your parental influence can backfire. Because how many times have you heard a parent say, yo, don't do this, and then their kids is running around doing that just because their parents said don't do it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so after the parental influence, I believe that it comes down to things like the demographics, the experiences that you had with that race, whether directly or indirectly. You know what I'm saying? Because how many times have you seen your homeboys and their experiences with whoever they were with and what they were going through, and that influenced your decision on that particular race? So then after that, I would say it has to do with the history. And then how cultured is that individual? Like a lot of people are just not cultured. They haven't been anywhere. They haven't seen all of these different cultures, because the more you travel and stuff, the more you'll realize that there are a lot of races with the same similarities and the same love for blacks as black people.
Ethnic backgrounds. Yep, you're right.
Backgrounds.
Yep.
So and then the last thing I would have to say are those individuals who I consider, like, I say it's sick, but just to give you an example of what I define that person as. So now, these are people who get with their partner for strategic reasons. And what I mean by strategic is, there's some African brothers that I met in places like France when I was living there, that they wanted to align themselves with white women so that their offspring can be of lighter skin, to give them a better chance of being successful in France. So, like, there's so many factors that are involved in determining why an individual is with the person that they're with. Now, if I'm just talking from my standpoint, I chose my wife first based on the morals and values and how they aligned with my morals and values from what I was passed on from my parents. Now, I mean, I don't know how many other people are in relationships, but just to let y'all into my world, like, and I understand that a lot of people may not disagree, but that's okay. Like, this is my life. I don't say anything about anybody else's life. They choose to live how they choose to live. But my wife is Vietnamese. So like the way we ended up meeting had like it wasn't intended at all. It was like it's the craziest story in the world. But you know, Daryl, one thing I had a question for you is like, you know, how did you feel about Serena once she married that white dude and then had a baby bomb?
Damn.
Did that have a do you look at her a little bit different? You know what I'm saying? Since you held her on that such of a pedestal as like a black woman?
No, not at all. For me, it's about, like I said, do these people align with your values? Kind of like what you said, right? For me, that's
right.
Like I said,
Okay.
I've been unable to find somebody like that outside of my race who can align with my values. Somebody who's not black, who can understand what it means to be a black man. She was successful in finding somebody who she can align with, and it's like I said, she the greatest athlete of all time. So that's one thing, right?
Yeah.
You know, but on top of that, the fact that she was able to find somebody who can genuinely love her for who she is. We got to remember, Serena was always gorgeous, but at one point in time, black man was saying that she looked ugly. Black man was saying that she looked like a man and she looked athletic. Those were comments from black men. So just like Sister Colette said, you know, at times where dark-skinned women were being basically shitted on for their fucking complexion, right? Other men was saying, this look exotic to me. 50 Cent even had a statement a few months ago, maybe a year ago now, where he was on Lil Wayne's show. And he said, you know, basically black women wasn't exotic. You know what I mean? He said he said it. It's not basically, he fucking said it. Right. So my whole point is they get that every day and then they hear from somebody else. Colette, I love your complexion. I love the complexion. I haven't seen nothing like this where I'm from. I want to see it every day now. Right. And see, that's the kind of energy I've always gotten from black women. And I've responded with that same energy. And the kind of energy that Serena Williams is getting, and like yourself, I haven't experienced it outside of a playful sexual type of relationship. Nothing that like I'm like, hey babe, I'm about to go protest today. Oh, you know, you wasn't babe. You was really just like, after I get off work, I need you to help me wind down, right, and get into a better mood. That was your role. My role was to never support you on these different things. That's why, you know, the men who find themselves in that position, or women like Serena, I salute you, because her husband is, from my understanding, the owner of Reddit, and he supports her. Right. I remember when they came out saying that she couldn't wear that cat suit. He supported her. You know what I mean? And if she feels like he is man enough to lead her, I'm not about to come in between that. I'm not gonna call her a coon. She never said that she wanted light-skinned babies. She never said she wanted babies with different color hair. She never said any of those, none of that shit. And her being a black woman too and not going against us, she got my undying support. That's how I fuck with it, you know.
Yeah. And then you know, I just wanted to speak on what it was like. I think you agreed with Maya, but I know Maya said it. It was like since my wife is not black, you were saying that my kids are gonna look to her and not think like black is beautiful. Like I don't agree with that, because that's where I come in. You know what I'm saying? Like my wife's not gonna have to teach my kids that black is beautiful, because that's what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not coming at you, but you know what I'm saying? Like, just because my kid's mother is not black can't mean that, you know, it's not gonna mean that they're not gonna understand that black is beautiful, because that's where I'm gonna come in and be like, yo, like, and they already know that. And then also, but like my family is kind of like kings, because my grandmother is heavily involved in, I mean, their grandmother, which my mother on my side is heavily involved in my children's life, and like I can't even tell you her history, but you know what I'm saying? Like my pops was at the first Million Man March as well as the second Million Man March. You know what I'm saying? So without exposing too much of what, you know, what type of time they were on, there's no way that the Black love and Black self-love is going to be missing in my kid's life.
Hey guys.
Oh, good. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna make it quick because my husband just came home, so I gotta go.
Yeah,
But
go handle that.
but I just wanted to say that Willie Dean, you're correct, and it and I go back to saying that it fosters back into the household, right? It fosters back into the household, and we I'm sorry, I think these lights are getting to me right now. I'm sorry. But it fosters back into the household, and we have to remember that we as a people are still broken. We are still broken. So we're still, I believe JP said it so nicely. We're still, and Hafina, we're still learning our identity, right? So that has a lot of factors to do with it. And I have no problem with interracial dating. I just don't like when two of them come together and one of them loses their culture. They don't bring their culture in there. You have to still continue to, like Willie, you said you're Black American, your wife is Vietnamese. I just don't like when if you take on her culture and forget about yours.
I agree
Yeah,
with you.
that's what I'm saying. I have no problem with the I did it, so you know I can't knock it at all. But don't forget about your culture. You know, still intertwine that. Still intertwine that because your kids need that, and your legacy needs that moving forward. And yeah, I completely agree that we as Black women, we're always loving on our Black men. I married a Black man, you know, he's Jamaican Black man, and I was so happy that I found a Black man that loved me, you know, the same way that I was yearning to have a Black man. So we are out there, we're loving you guys, but we are still trying to find our identity as well. So there's hurt growing up, and we have to make sure we are, you know, in a perfect world, yes, it would be nice that all Black women get with Black men. It will be in a perfect world, yes, that would be nice. But that's not the world we live in. So that's all I have to say. But thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. King.
Thank you.
King and Willie, I'd love to have your email because I made something for you guys to promote your book.
Get out of here.
So you could place it on here. It's just a small little commercial you could place on here.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Wow,
so
crazy.
I'm gonna you know I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up on that thing right now.
Yeah, just DM me. Send me your email. I have an email. You can DM me, whatever. I'll send it to you guys. All right.
It could be conversations with King at Gmail.
Okay. I'll get that.
The title at Gmail.
Okay. I'll send it over to you as well as for Willie. You could send it on over to Willie. Okay.
Definitely. That's fire.
Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Colette, for showing up.
Yes. Bye, Steph.
But Maricela, you have anything to say? Hello? Maricela? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Everything sounds a little choppy on my end, so I apologize, everybody. I don't know what was going on with my Wi-Fi a moment ago, but I did want to clarify one thing. What King said about how I love all Black men.
I didn't say all Black men. I said Black men.
Okay, we'll look we'll look at the replay then. That's not the case. That just happens to be the person I had a child with. Second, when it comes to
you don't love me?
You're funny.
No, what I didn't hear you. You said you don't love me?
Wow, you're funny. You know I love you.
You don't
So
love
let's
me?
stop.
Marisol, I'll make it be known right now.
So with Mayat, with what she
Wow.
was saying,
Wow.
when it comes to children, hey, I told you I loved you, but you know, let's stick to the topic here.
Oh, okay. Good fix. Good pickup. Fix that. Fix that, homie.
Maricela Smoke Session, sponsored by Ripple.
There's no smoke. There's no smoke. With I think, I don't want to speak for Mayat, but I think with the word that was used by Terry saying it was risk to be with a Black man, it's not a risk. It's absolutely not a risk. It's a factor. It definitely is a factor. I think that using the word risk then makes it so you put a white man to seem like he's a better option, and that's just not the case. And I think that's the problem with society, that they think that, well, let's go this way versus being with a Black man. Like, I'm gonna have to encounter all this and that, which, yes, there are harder obstacles to overcome, but to call it a risk, I think that's the problem with society, is that we're going back to making Black, even the word Black, it has this negative connotation. You know, everything that is evil is portrayed with colors that are dark or black. So I just want to be really careful of the words that we use. I'm not on camera because my daughter keeps coming in and out, and I honestly don't want her on camera. But when it comes to, this is what I was going to say, yes, it is very hard for me with my daughter. And how do I say this? It is hard because, yes, she does come to me and she says, hey mom, why is my skin different than yours? Why is my skin darker? Or she'll come to me and be like, mom, why can't I have your hair? And it's true. They go through it different. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's always an option. Like, yeah, you can always avoid to do things to make your children that are biracial feel like they're beautiful, tell them they're beautiful, all this and that. But if you don't educate them properly, if you don't give them the resources, books primarily, read to them. Don't just tell them, read to them. Willie's book is a great book. There's book like Hair Love, there's Stamped. There's so many books out there to help you actually raise your children versus you just saying, I'm going to tell them they're beautiful. Like that's not going to get you anywhere. That's going to cause a problem because young Black
she cut off. She'll get
And
back.
she was spitting some facts.
Yeah,
Man, she was going off.
I bother her a lot.
Illuminati did that shit. Illuminati did that
she's
shit.
very soft spoken, and she's like the nicest person. I just like bothering her. So don't mind me, Terry. Talk to them.
She's absolutely right, and yes, we have to be careful with what she said with choice of words. But just so that you know, it's the conversations that I'm having with friends that who's attracted to the Black man or who's dating Black men and who are looking into next level of a relationship. And that is a communication that I hear often. But she's absolutely right on that one. And another thing that I want you to do also, based on what Willie said, and it's a little bit opposite to what Darrell said, is when I came here, I was not looking forward to dating Korean guys. In my mind, I'm out of the pond. I'm in the ocean. You know what I mean? So that was my mindset to begin with, as you know, as a young woman. So and I'm like, why would I date Korean guy if that in case I should have stayed there? And when I come here and I wanted to explore the cultures, and it was just like, it was like how should I say, the unknown world for me at that time, at that age. So for me it was opposite. It's not. And then also another thing was, the major part of that was, in South Korea back then, I don't know how they are right now, we have man over woman system. So man was more valued over women. And I don't agree with that mentality in society. So when I came here, that was embedded in my head. I'm not going to date any Korean guys who thinks they're more valuable than me, or that's how they are educated or raised. So that's another factor that, for me, to getting into, regardless of race, but for me was that personal value or moral value, the characteristics that align with me. That was more of the making have impact on making that decision.
Terry, you are just like me. You like to really talk reality. I love it. You have a really hard, nonsensical approach to things. You just like to talk facts. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I definitely feel like where you're coming from, Terry. I want to address something that Dawn said in the comments because it kind of correlates. Terry, you my homie. You my homie. We got our little joke behind closed doors. But look, Dawn said that Kevin Samuel said that Black women were on the opposite end of the beauty spectrum. See, I didn't grow up feeling that. Not me. And as far as the Dominicans, et cetera, they basically Black to me too. I'm keeping it G with y'all. I've been waiting to say that all night. Lady Terry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, if I can add, in my view, I think a Black woman body shapes are like a woman. That's like, they have the shapes that it represents a woman to me, in my eyes, because my body figure is very slim, not much of curves and etc. So I don't know, maybe the other side, grass is a little bigger, perhaps, is that maybe, but I never looking at Black woman as, I even have friends that I always tell them, you should be sharing instead of being greedy. You know what I mean?
Sharing what? Sharing what?
That's a joke.
Sharing that ass.
Yo, I swear.
I know, sharing what?
Daryl is a freaky revolutionary. I promise. Yo, Daryl was so
yeah. He's like Daryl is like Fred Hampton on ecstasy.
No, for real though.
Daryl will protect his community, but he also will steal your girl. Straight up.
The freaky revolutionary. I like that.
I agree with Terry though. I agree.
They have, in my eyes, you have plenty. Life is not fair. Like, it's a joke, but I mean, that's how I appreciate their body in that regards. And then they'd be like, yeah, you can take some, it's heavy on me, or etc. Like, it's a woman's joke. It's like a womanhood jokes that we share intimately as a friendship. So for me, as a woman, I mean, that's how I look at women when I look at bodies. I mean, there's a purpose for each body part. So I'll leave it at that.
Can I talk? Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was just about to say this. I definitely agree with Lady Terry and with Brother King on that point because he was right. He was right.
Yo, hold up, Daryl. I just got a confession from the Latinas.
Yes.
They said Asian women have beautiful
legs.
Ooh, yeah, calves are everything.
You have beautiful legs.
Calves. Seriously.
You see how the compliments go back and forth?
I would agree.
That's it.
I take that. I take whatever you can give.
But Terry, you made a lot of good points. Black women, Dominican, Mexican, et cetera, they all are extremely not just voluptuous from the neck down, but they all have very pretty smiles, very beautiful skin sometimes, right? For me, I don't even really want that if it don't come with a nice face that I can't wake up to. I got to wake up to that face. That's the first thing I'm going to see. That's the last thing I'm going to see, unless we really wilding. That should be the last thing that I see, right? But
you're right. When I was locked up, the Dominicans didn't fucking.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so for me, as a black man, that's what I was attracted to. You see a woman, she in her jeans, right? If you ever see the right woman put on some jeans and she got to jump in up and down and get into them, you would never want to unsee that. That's like a movie. That's like seeing the Avengers the first time, Endgame. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit. Hey, I ain't never seen nothing like this before. Titanic. This is a classic. You know, and you want that again. And for me, it's not just about the voluptuous woman. To me, it's about the black woman's aura. Too, like the ones who really, really, really carry themselves with a certain amount of femininity, black culture, and because I can find a thick Asian woman, I can find everything you talked about. I can find that in every culture. Kim Kardashian talked about that a few years ago. How she was being disrespected because people were saying that only black women was voluptuous. That's for sure not true. But for these eyes and a lot of other different parts of me, black women, Dominican women, et cetera, they gonna always get it first. You
are a freaky revolutionary, yo. You are, yo. Watch out! Don't have your girl next to fucking that. Yo. Darrell, relax, man. I'm telling you.
Flowers, my bad.
The freaky revolutionary. The freaky revolutionary. He will blow your back out and change the world when he's finished.
That's the plan.
Yeah. So can I speak for the one? I guess because I haven't really heard from the perspective of a man who's married to a black woman. Like I would love to bring my perspective. I married a black woman. I had plenty of chances. I lived in the Bay Area. I could have had Asian, white. I could have any plethora of races. I chose a black woman because I love black women. I love my sisters. They only understand my ideology. I have a black child. It makes it even 3 times better because now I can look at my child and see that I'm continuing a lineage.
You said you're cute.
Oh, thank you. Tell her.
No, you married. I'm hating.
No.
Now fight that one off.
But anyway, see King wildin', my guy. But I love my sisters, and I've had plenty of chances. But like I said, once you've learned your history, you understand your importance. And I always put it to we love talking about gardens, but I like rose gardens. Black women are the rose. So I don't want to grow daisies. I don't care how good a petunia looks. I want to see roses in my garden. So I actively seek out roses and I plant roses. So I put it in that context because I think a lot of times people don't understand that, yes, love is hard. And yes, finding somebody that meets is hard. And I applaud everybody in their effort in doing that. But my road, I found myself with a black woman, and I'm proud of it. And I love my sisters. However, when we talk about the different nuances between white, black, and Latinas and all this stuff, there's very few difference. Let's just be honest. There's very, very few difference. There's Latina women who are ratchet and ghetto. There's Asian. In Bay Area, go to the Bay Area right now. You will see a Filipino girl with full gold ones. Yeah, wait. You will see this stuff. So I just want people to understand that, yes, it is about what you want, but I always implore the black man that we need to create stronger black families. And that's what my goal is. And I'm glad that I am part of the history in which I can say that Eat Black TV has a black family. So I appreciate y'all for y'all conversation. I'm just going to end it on that.
I would like to say there is a difference.
What?
And it's a difference in how black women are treated. Would you say that you're treated the same?
I'm not talking about treatment. I'm talking about texture, flavor.
Talk that shit, Maya.
What?
Oh, nothing. I said talk that shit.
Oh. So I mean, are we talking about this holistically, or are we just talking about the outside? Are we just talking surfacely? Like, is it just we're talking about how we look?
I'm talking about like texture and bedroom behavior. There's very minimal difference.
Okay, well, okay.
What you say?
I
What you
can't
say?
speak
Wait,
to
hold
that
on.
then.
Hold on. Yeah, elaborate. What do you mean? What do you mean bedroom behavior?
Yeah, bedroom behavior, texture, bedroom
What
behavior.
does that mean?
Please elaborate.
They taste different. What is it?
I mean, let's just be honest. It tastes different. One might taste like soy sauce. One might taste like
Oh my.
I mean, is
Oh,
it? No,
man.
I'm just joking.
No, he's on
That's
pH
not funny.
balance. So one chick
Yeah,
is
that's not
salty than
funny.
the other. What are we talking
No,
about?
I'm just joking. No,
That's
seriously.
not funny.
So you really insinuating that like different women are different in the bedroom? Because for me,
I
in
don't
my
think women
experience,
are different. I think women are just based on their sexual experience.
you don't think women are different? I'm gonna
No,
stop
I don't
right
think I don't think most different women are different just
See,
based
that's
on
where
their.
you wrong at. Every woman have their own preference, and that's not even that. Don't get nothing to do with race. That got to do with
That's
woman
what
to
I'm
woman.
saying. Race has little to do with sexual
Okay.
activity.
Okay.
Like,
All right.
Yo, hold up. I don't. Let me say one thing. Conversation with King does not support that joke. We get sponsored, so I don't support none of that joke. That's not even funny. I love
Yeah.
all types of women. I think that has something to do with your body, your how you take care of your body more than your race. That's just me. Thank you very much.
All I'm saying is literally that, based on the fact that most women have a sexual preference, depending on who they have sex with, will be depending on how you receive them. So if they're only used to one type of sexual behavior, then you're gonna receive a woman with that, whether they're Asian, black, white, or Latina. So
I definitely agree. For me, this is how I move. Like I said in the beginning of this conversation, I've dated women of other races. For me, to answer how you treat it, there is a natural difference, and that's what I meant when I said the aura, right? For me, a black woman who's soulful, and not just a black woman, she might be Mexican, she might be Cuban, everything along that line. As long as she's soulful, as long as she understand herself, as long as she think that she's beautiful, as long as she's feminine, she stay in shape, she eat well. And I don't want her to feel like anybody else is sexier than her. I want the kind of woman that's moving with the kind of energy, no matter what the fuck she look like, no matter what race she is. When you come to my bedroom, I want you to be so confident to the point where I don't want nobody but you. Usually for me,
Hold on.
in my
I'm sorry.
experiences, yes, ma'am. Maricela. Like I was saying, is she there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I was very clear. There's no bullying, nothing like that's going to be tolerated. If I hear something like that again, you will not be on this show. I'm serious. Do not treat our guests like that. Please. That was disrespectful. And this is what I'm talking about interracial dating and being with people of different races. This is what we go through. I go through this all the time, not only from Black people, but from Mexican people. So on this platform, the goal is to bring everybody that we can together that has that same vision. Because all of those stones that get thrown at me, that get thrown at my daughter, we're going to take those and we're going to build a bridge, and you can be a part of it or you don't have to.
If she said you off the show, you off the show. I don't care.
That's not what we're going to do around here. I'm sorry, Terry. That was rude, because it's obvious she is the only person of Asian descent here.
My wife is watching, and she's Asian. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not offended because Black is not cultured. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not offended by that.
I'm glad that came up, and I'm just saying that because it's real life. So here we are live, and that happened, and that's exactly what we're fighting against. The same way that somebody will come up to my 3-year-old daughter and tell her hair is too puffy to be a ballerina is the same way I'm going to stick up for a grown woman. Don't do that.
Thank you, Marcella.
Wait, listen, we gotta. I'm gonna hold on. That's what I'm saying. We gotta end the show because the energy is off right now. I don't. The energy is off. We're gonna have to talk. Hold on. I'm sorry. Yeah, we gotta end the show right now because the energy is off. That was crazy. I don't tolerate that. We're gonna definitely have a little restructuring going on.
All right, let me be a man. Let me be a man about it, and let me apologize if I said anything directly offending anybody. I apologize. It's getting kind of late, and I'm tired. And when you start talking, sometimes things come out wrong. So I apologize to anybody who may have felt disrespected by what I say. You know,
I'm gonna say goodnight to everybody. This has been a dope conversation. And I you know, on some real shit, when it was said, you black, I didn't think it was funny either. I thought it was super insensitive, but you know, I'm glad that Maricela she spoke on it, and truthfully, I support her because it's that was the right energy. As far as Willie or Lady Terry being offended, if y'all was offended, Willie, you said you wasn't. We apologize nonetheless. At least I'm apologizing. You know, because that shit wasn't cool. Well, that's all I got to say. Good night to everybody. King, E Black, Willie, Chef, Terry, my God. In Chicago.
Yeah, one thing about Darren, he protects all women, not just black, but all women. So I just want to say that. So all right, so I'm off the stage because that was crazy. I can't continue. Tomorrow we start at 1 o'clock if you want to join in, but I can't go after that. You have Maricela never comes out of character. Never.
No, I appreciate him apologizing. I really do. I do appreciate that, but I think that's the problem as adults. Sometimes we don't realize that, and I also have made some jokes that aren't that funny, but we're live. We know our platform, and that's not what we're trying to perpetuate out here. So thank you for apologizing.
All right. Well, she didn't accept it, so I'm not accepting it. All right. Take care.